So there I was, standing in a shed on a hill, holding 10 soul crystals and a coupon. 10. That's what a god gives you as a welcome gift for being kidnapped into a war. Let me back up about 90 seconds to the part where a voice in the sky informs several billion people that their lives were now a strategy game. Welcome to Chaos Continent. Next, you will engage in a racial struggle for supremacy with the myriad races of chaos. As a human lord, you have ignited the flame. By checking in daily at the Fire Seed, you will receive some resources, and there is a very small chance of obtaining some special rewards. In addition, the Fire Seed features a shop, chat, and trading functions. In this vast and boundless chaos continent, countless opportunities and challenges lie hidden. You will embark on a path of conquest as a lord, unlocking the secrets to godhood and even eternity. Spark, Lord, racial struggle for supremacy. I opened my eyes in a simple wooden hut. There was a stone platform in the middle of it, and floating above the platform was a small cluster of blue flame. That's it. That's the whole starter kit. A campfire and a vibe. I stepped outside and got a gray sky. 2 thatched huts next to the cabin with several people lying in them. 3 houses total, on a hill, surrounded by an enormous forest that was making birdsong and animal roars at the same time, which is the sound a place makes right before it eats you. Way off in the distance, a big patch of water. Ocean, lake, no idea. Nobody labeled it. So, racial struggle for supremacy. As the name suggests, I'd be fighting other races and other human lords. War, slaughter, death. I was 3 weeks from graduating university. I had not yet experienced the harsh realities of society. I skipped that entire step and got dropped straight into a cruel alternate world, which, honestly, is one way to avoid the job market. I struggled with that for a long time before accepting it. And by a long time, I mean roughly as long as it takes to notice you can't leave. Then the voice came back with the good news. Due to the lower hour of humans, your territory will be granted a 7-day protection period. During the protection period, no non-friendly creature may enter your territory. In 7 days, you and your territory will undergo the Chaos Continent's test. Fail the assessment, and you will lose your lordship, or even die. Read the first line again. Because humans have bad stats. Not because we're new. Not because it's fair. The system took one look at the entire human species, went, oof, and handed us a handicap. Every other race out there got dropped in raw. We got the tutorial because we're the worst ones. 7 days. Then a test. Fail it and you lose everything, or you die, and the system genuinely doesn't seem to care which. I went back inside and looked at the little flame in the middle of my house. This is the foundation of the Lord. The fire goes out, and the Lord dies. I don't have a castle. I don't have an army. I have a pilot light with my life attached to it, in a wooden shed in a forest full of roaring. Huh, what's this? Because the fire had buttons. Lord Information, Chaos Mall, World Channel, Trading Platform, Friends List. They glowed when I looked at them and moved when I thought at them. And no matter which screen I opened, there was a red check-in button flashing at the top like an unread notification, which is the one force in the universe that transcends dimensions. So I clicked it. And the flame flickered and jumped, and I stood there absolutely certain I'd just turned my own life off with a daily login bonus. Then it steadied. Congratulations, Lord. You have obtained the discount artifact. Related functionality has been added to your account. The discount artifact feature has been integrated into the Chaos Mall, and discounted items will be refreshed daily. Lords can select the discount artifact button to filter and view more information. Discount artifact? There's no need to hire someone to cut me, because that's my golden finger. Other people are going to get swords, dragons, bloodlines. I got coupons. I opened the Chaos Mall and a panel unfolded in my vision. 10 grades of goods. Common, fine, rare, excellent, perfect, extraordinary, epic, legendary, mythical, supreme. Categories: population, materials, food, occupation scrolls, skill books, bloodline potions, architectural blueprints. You can filter, you can search with your mind. The catalog stretched past the edge of the world, and every mythical grade item on it lit a small fire in my chest. Then I opened my assets. Lord, Liangwei, level LV1, spark level Tier 1, 1 new resident added daily. Note: upgrading the fire seed to Tier 2 requires 100 soul crystals, 1,000 wood, 500 stone. Territory: Liangwei Village, 100 by 100 meters. Note: each lord has 1 opportunity to change the name of their territory. Population: 10 ordinary residents, LV1. Speaking buildings: none. Soul crystals: 10. Equipment: none. 1 resident a day, 10 guys, 100 meters square, 0 buildings, and 10 soul crystals. First order of business: I renamed the place Universe. Partly it's a homophone thing. Partly it's the grand ideal of encompassing the entire universe. I named my 100 by 100 meter dirt patch after everything that exists, using the 1 naming charge I get for my entire life, while owning 10 of the local currency and a bag of nothing. Then I looked at my assets again and went silent. 10 soul crystals. Poverty brings tears to people's eyes. Those 10 are a participation trophy, a little something the system tosses in with the Lord badge. In the Chaos Mall, they buy 10 units of food. Gus 1 piece of equipment of the lowest possible quality. Let's see if we can buy some good deals. And honestly, my expectations had already collapsed. Because Chaos Mall prices are insane. A genuinely exceptional item runs millions of soul crystals. Even at 90% off, that's over 100,000. I'm holding 10. That's not a drop in the ocean. That's a drop in a different ocean on a different planet. I opened the discount artifact with the enthusiasm of a man checking a lottery ticket he already knows about. And there were way more discounted items than I expected, which made sense once I thought about it. Chaos Continent is vast and boundless, and the mall is endless. Even showing me only human faction goods, it runs over 1,000 pages. Conservative estimate? Over 1 million items. 1 million items. Refreshing daily, with a discount filter on top. So I started scrolling. Berserker Career Scroll, 90% off, excellent quality. Originally over 20,000 soul crystals, now only 2,000 plus. Can't afford it. Next. Random 100-person group, 70% off. Original price 1,000 soul crystals, discounted to 300. Can't afford it either. Next. Legendary Weapon, Judgment Blade, 0.001% off. 0.001% off. For just 600,000 soul crystals, bring home a legendary weapon. I wiped the tears from the corner of my mouth, stared at that longsword for a genuinely long time, and chose to skip it. Do you understand what that number is? That blade's sticker price is 60 billion soul crystals. The discount is real. The discount is magnificent. The discount is the single most beautiful thing I have ever seen. And I still can't afford it by a factor of 60,000. The discount artifact is a monstrous cheat. Most items are half off or better, and plenty are marked down to a fraction of a percent. It's also completely useless to a man with 10. I scrolled for I don't know how long, found nothing, and became acutely aware of my own poverty in a way university had never quite managed. What I lack most right now is soul crystals. Let's get 5 longbows instead. 20 soul crystals each, 50 free arrows apiece, marked down to 2. Perfectly reasonable gear for a man in my situation, which is none. But I didn't give up. I scrolled down a little further, and my eyes hit something in a purple and gold frame. Exceptional grade architectural blueprint, Spartan training camp. Originally 1,800,000 soul crystals, now only 1.8 soul crystals. I paused. I rubbed my eyes. I pinched my own thigh, and it really hurt. 1.8. 1,800,000 to 1.8. That's not a discount. That's a decimal point falling over. The mall didn't mark it down. The mall had a stroke, and I was standing there with exactly enough pocket change to catch it. My lips slowly curled up, and my eyes started gleaming, as expected of the discount artifact. This is a windfall. Ask me again when the shed grows a second building. I spent the 1.8, and a building materialized in front of my hut. 200 square meters of training camp, with a 100 square meter sandpit in the middle. That's where the Spartans train. Spartan Training Camp, exceptional building. Level, Tier 1. Note, upgrading to Tier 2 requires a Tier 2 fire seed, 50 soul crystals, 800 wood, 400 stone. Function, can train 5 humans daily into transcendent units, Spartan warriors. For every 10 soul crystals paid, you can train an additional Spartan warrior. Trained Spartan warriors have a 30% chance of acquiring a secondary profession, a 5% chance of becoming a hero unit, a 1 in 1,000 chance of becoming a king-level unit, and a 1 in 10,000 chance of becoming a god-level unit. Spartan warriors can quickly recover their form by resting at the training camp. Note, unit tiers are warrior, warrior, hero, king, and god. Currently, only humans below level 10 can be trained here. Transcendent unit! Spartan warriors! It can even train god-level units. And I stood in a dirt yard and felt like the road ahead was bright. Read the function line one more time. It takes a human and turns him into a transcendent unit. Not equipment, not a buff. It rewrites the guy. And there's a 1 in 10,000 chance it hands back a god. For 1.8 soul crystals, I have 8.2 left. I could buy this building 4 more times and still have change for bread. I just don't know how strong they are. So I looked at my population, 10 people who had come out of the huts and were now visibly alarmed by the enormous building that had appeared out of nothing, and who then saw me and immediately started going, "Long live the Lord! Lord, you are mighty! Lord is so handsome." The 10 of them kept cycling through those same 3 lines, and I got tired of it in about 40 seconds, which I think says something unflattering about me, but I'm going to let it go. Citizen number 1. Level 1. Loyalty, 90. Potential, black iron, upgradable to level 9 only. Note, potential levels are divided into 10 categories: iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, transcendent, saint, legendary, immortal, and eternal. Basic profession, farmer. Black iron, bottom rung of a 10-rung ladder. Hard cap, level 9. That's not a person, that's a ceiling with legs. Citizen number 2, gatherer. Citizen number 3, cook. Citizen number 4, basic profession, lazybones. I'm sorry, lazybones. That's not a joke I'm making. That's his class. The system generated 10 humans out of a magic fire in a war world where survival is measured in days, and one of them rolled professionally unemployed. 5 farmers, 3 gatherers, 1 cook, and a lazybones. I stared at him, and he stared back, entirely unbothered. How dare someone refuse the blessing of working 996? No, throw him in the Spartan training camp and remodel him. 3 farmers, 1 gatherer, and the lazy man went in. And on the way, the lazy man kept turning back every 3 steps to flatter me, which is the exact energy of a guy trying to talk his way out of the gym. I kicked him inside. Today's spots are full. Shall we begin training? Yes/no. Yes. Training has begun. Estimated duration, 1 hour. And while it ran, I looked out at the forest, full of shadows and roaring, obviously packed with monsters, and did the math. I have no weapons. I have no food. If I can't go out and get supplies, I starve to death before the protection period even ends. The Spartans are my next reliance. There isn't a third thing. An hour later, the gates opened and 5 men walked out, shirtless, white shorts, barefoot on the dirt, wheat-colored, absolutely stacked with muscle, radiating the specific energy of a guy who wants you to hold his spear while he does something unwise. "Lord!" All 5 dropped to one knee. Spartan warrior, Gareth. Level 1. Loyalty, 100. Diehard. Potential, diamond. Upgradable to level 49. Websites, infantry warrior. Skills, Sparta combat techniques, Sparta battle formations. Secondary profession, butcher. Maxime, killing the enemy is like killing a pig. Goodness, the camp doesn't train people, it reincarnates them. Same level, but the potential jumped 4 whole tiers, black iron to diamond. Cap went from level 9 to level 49. He got Sparta skills. He got a name. He got a personal motto. He walked in as citizen number 7 and walked out as a man whose life philosophy is killing the enemy is like killing a pig, which he got for free from a secondary profession role because the building thought it would be funny. Number 2 was Kalen, who sounds like Gareth's brother and has basically the same stats minus a secondary job. Then Gus and Leo, pure infantry, no secondary. Gus and Leo. My kingdom's naming department is having a rough first day. Slightly disappointing, sure, but 4 diamond potential warriors out of a 1.8 crystal purchase is not a thing I intend to complain about. Then I looked at the last one. Sparta hero, Leonidas, Unique. Level 1. Loyalty, 100, Die Hard. Potential, Sanctuary, upgradable to level 69. Class, Sparta Berserker. Skills, Sparta's Wrath, Sparta's Combat Art, Sparta's Battle Formation. Motto, This is Sparta. Heroic Talent, Spartan Warriors led by Leonidas. Note, currently only 10 may be led. Will be enhanced in battle, becoming immune to pain and fatigue, but they will gradually lose their minds and become ruthless killing machines. Only their king, god, or lord can awaken them from their rage. I had a 5% chance and I got lucky. A hero unit. Unique. Fully grown, this man reaches the saintly realm, tier 7 of 10, and his talent is everyone he leads becomes immune to pain and fatigue and slowly stops being a person. There's a safety switch, at least. Their king, their god, or their lord can bring them back. That's me. I'm the safety switch. I'm the guy who has to personally talk 5 feral murder machines back into being employees, and I got this job by finding a typo in a shop. As expected of an extraordinary training camp. And I was, I'll admit, a little envious of them, which led directly to a question. Am I qualified to get into the Spartan training camp? The thought had barely formed when a merciless voice appeared in my head. Entering the training camp will result in the loss of your lord status. A lord's potential is limitless. Please choose wisely. The system didn't even let me finish the daydream. It heard the first half of the thought and cut in like a parent hearing a chair scrape. Limitless potential. Fine. I'll stay the guy with the campfire. But upgrading the camp costs crystals. Upgrading the fire seed costs crystals. Supplies cost crystals. I have 8.2. How do I get more soul crystals? Again, the thought barely formed. Defeating monsters, ghouls, and enemy living units will earn you soul crystals. Consuming enemy Lord Tome tokens can convert them into a large amount of soul crystals, or upgrade your fire seed. I see. All these methods of acquiring resources are forcing lords to go out on adventures, Gus even to go to war with other lords. If we don't actively expand, with these resources, even if we aren't swallowed by another lord, the wilderness will wipe us out. Besides, there's the assessment in 7 days. The economy is the design. There is no peaceful option. The system priced quiet farming out of existence on purpose, and it put the best exchange rate on other people's fires. The nice man who owns the shop wants a war, and he's put the whole thing on sale. I let the 5 Spartans roam the territory and went inside to arm them. 5 spears, 5 crystals. Ordinary quality, 10 crystals each at full price. A round shield for Leonidas, 1.5. Excellent grade. I dug through the discount list for ages to find that one at 99.9% off. Then I spent nearly everything I had left on a bag of discounted flour, which sounds pathetic until you remember I have a cook, and there are wells in the territory. 1 bag makes 25 units of food. That feeds 11 people for 2 days. So, not starving. For now. It's time to go out and explore. Because there's no immediate survival pressure, and that's exactly why I'm not going to sit in it. Comfort like this breaks the second something notices you. I told Leonidas to get the others familiar with their gear, and I went to the fire for information. Friends list, nothing. Trading platform, nothing. World channel, the red dot has said 999 plus for a long time now. Billions of people, 1 free message a day each. The channel is the most popular thing in the universe by an enormous margin, and it moves several messages a second. I just left the village to chop wood and ran into a gray wolf the size of a bison. Wah, Chaos Continent is too dangerous. I want to go back to Earth. I checked in and got a warrior. I truly have the makings of an emperor. My dear upstairs, you're bragging about 1 warrior? I checked in and got a mount with extraordinary potential. In this racial struggle, I am the chosen one. Isn't this supposed to be fair competition? Why did I only get 1 unit of food? I feel sorry for upstairs for a second. At least I got a longsword. I signed in for a 20-man gold potential unit. Holy crap! Wow, is this what it means to be invincible from the start? I glanced out at my 5 guys. There are only 5. Their potential and their strength absolutely surpass that 20-man gold unit. Check-in is pure luck. Among billions of people, there are bound to be some monsters, some freaks, some oddballs. Somebody's going to roll something absurd every single day, and based on everything I've seen so far, nobody's check-in is more broken than the discount artifact. The guy who won the 20-man gold squad is currently the main character of the World Channel. I'm the guy who found a misplaced decimal and is about to farm it for the rest of my life. Then a new message caught my eye. Level 1 ordinary citizens are really trash. I ordered them out to find food, and a wild boar the size of a car ran over 6 of them, killed them, seriously injured the other 4. It's best not to go out. I just saw a crocodile over 10 meters long walk past my village. I saw a dragon, one of those giant fire-breathing ones from games. Are these monsters really something ordinary people can handle? Video cutting trees, breaking rocks, farming. Experience is minimal, but it's safer. No way. My village is in the desert. Damn it, I've encountered another race. 4 trolls are blocking my village. Someone save me! And I felt the pressure land. Because the creatures here aren't just enormous. They're intelligent. There are alien species with plans. There are dragons. 10 people died to 1 pig in the time it took me to read a shop menu. At this stage, there's no point thinking about conquering the world. Just surviving requires our utmost effort. Although it's dangerous out there, we still have to go. Forget the assessment for a second. Just chopping trees and breaking rocks and farming would push my Black Iron citizens up a few levels, and that has absolutely no bearing on whether we survive what's coming. A village like mine could be erased by any random animal. The safe strategy is a slower death. That's all it is. I walked out, and Leonidas was on me instantly, 4 Spartans behind him, saluting. "Lord, our spears are thirsting for blood." "Your warriors are born to fight. Please allow us to offer you our victory." Roar! And the violent aura coming off 5 men in underwear was enough that my 5 remaining civilians physically fled into the outhouse. I shook my head. Tomorrow the Fireseed summons another resident. Leave 1 gatherer. Convert everyone else. I was worried they were too low level, but looking at their fighting spirit, I agreed. "Go forth, my heroes and warriors! We look forward to your victory! Yes, wise lord!" And Leonidas bowed, face burning with fervor, and led 4 men straight into a forest that has been roaring at me since I got here. I followed to the edge of my territory and stood inside the border to watch, because I am not an idiot. Leonidas pushed the bushes apart with his spear, and a venomous snake as thick as a bowl came out of them. It was ridiculously fast, a green afterimage in the air, with slender fangs tinted an ugly purple, which is nature's way of writing, "Do not" on something. Puff. Under my extremely tense gaze, Leonidas casually flicked his spear and pinned it to a tree. The snake twitched a couple times and went limp. The Lord has gained 28 experience points and 1 soul crystal. And a tingle ran through my whole body, which is how I learned that lords share their subjects' experience. Snap. Leonidas threw 5+ meters of dead snake into my village like a man tossing a coat on a chair. I waved the 2 gatherers over. They were terrified, but their loyalty physically overrode the fear, so they bit the bullet and went to work on it. Gained 5 units of snake meat, common food. Obtained 1 snakeskin, common material. Obtained 1 pair of venomous fangs, common material. Usable parts to the cabin, the rest buried on the spot. I was elated. First victory. My little men are working. Then, 3 wild boars came out of the bushes, screaming, eyes gone bloodshot, and charged. And the lead one was the size of a small car. That's the exact animal that killed 6 people and crippled 4 this morning, in front of a lord who was probably still typing about it. "Sparta!" Leonidas roared and burst into crimson flame, Sparta's fury, his signature. Shield left, spear right, and he ran straight at it. Bang! Right before contact, he punched the shield upward into the boar's skull, and while its head was going the wrong way, he put the spear through its heart with the other hand. 1 scream. A short convulsion. Done. He turned around and the other 4 were still wrestling their boars. So Leonidas, fighting spirit fully intact, threw his spear. It whistled across the clearing and went through a boar's head. He didn't look at it. He didn't check. He just turned and went for the last one. Bang! He kicked a fleeing, car-sized boar off its feet, and 2 Spartans stepped in and finished it. Big, loud, dynamic, and the teamwork was seamless. I was thrilled. The Lord has gained 62 experience points and 3 soul crystals. The Lord has gained 54 experience points and 2 soul crystals. The Lord has gained 50 experience points and 2 soul crystals. A flash of light that only I could see and energy poured into me, and my once unified abs broke into 8 pieces. I clenched my fist and felt the change and concluded with total confidence that if I threw a punch right now, I could beg Tyson not to die. LV1 to LV2. Lord! They dragged a boar several times their own size into the village, and Leonidas said, excited, I feel like I've become stronger. Oh? Sparta hero, Leonidas. Level 2. And so were the other 4. It's probably because we're fighting monsters way above our level. So that's the loop. They kill things enormously stronger than them. They level. I level, for free, standing safely inside a magic property line, growing abs off other men's violence. 5 guys, 1 shed, 1 coupon. Ask me again when the forest sends something the spears don't fix. Continue the fight, my warriors. Fighting will make us stronger. Yes, Lord. And Leonidas got extremely excited, which should have been my first warning, and led 4 men back into the trees. And then the forest started making noises, roars, screams, the specific sound a thing makes right before it stops, and a steady drip of notifications into my head. There are a lot of monsters out there, and 5 Spartans fought them almost non-stop, undeterred by pain, undeterred by exhaustion, transformed into killing machines, working their way through the neighborhood. More and more corpses came dragging into the village. My 2 gatherers were swamped. Food, leather, materials, flowing into the cabin without a pause. Soul crystals, past 20. I went inside and the storage crates were already stacked. Food on the floor, ingredients everywhere. 120 units of food, enough to feed my entire population for 10 days. And it's all meat. Not Chaos Mall whole grain bread. Meat. And I stood there looking at the pile with a happy kind of problem, because there are no refrigerators here. Meat spoils in 2 days. The Chaos Mall only takes soul crystals and doesn't buy anything back. Recycle? And the whole thing arrived at once. The trading platform. Because in the mall, food is 1 crystal per unit, both coarse grain and meat. Same price. So, between bread and meat at the same price, what does a lord choose? Meat, obviously. It tastes better and it's got more protein and fat. It's flatly a better product at an identical price. And here's the real hinge. The mall only takes crystals. The trading platform allows barter, which means I don't need their money. I can have other lords work for me. I trade food, the thing my 5 naked murderers generate as waste, for wood and stone. Infrastructure. The stuff you get by having 100 people chop trees all day. The advantage is short-term, I know that. But if I hold the lead early, everything after that just goes faster. So I opened a shop. Fresh meat. Unit price, 1 soul crystal per 20 units of wood / 10 units of stone. Quantity, 100 units. Then I spent my 1 free daily message on the World Channel, my single voice among billions, on an ad. Announcement. Huan Yu's shop officially opens today. Available now. 100 units of fresh meat at fair prices. First come, first served. And the channel detonated. Someone's selling supplies already? Holy crap, it's meat! Meat is the same price as whole grain bread? 1 crystal each. I just lost 2 subjects catching a chicken, got 3 units of meat out of it. Can someone really die catching a chicken upstairs? 100 units of meat. How many monsters is that? Crystals are too precious. I'll pay in wood. I've chopped plenty. This is outrageous. He's ripping people off. Double price for 1 unit of meat. Because the war for supremacy started this morning, and most lords haven't finished processing that they got kidnapped. Most of them are chopping trees to level up. Very few dare to go out and fight anything. And then some guy shows up with 100 units of food on day 1. That's not just wealth. That's a strength readout. Everyone did that math instantly. And then the shock wore off, and the criticism started. Because in the mall, 1 crystal buys 1 food, 10 wood, or 5 stone. My meat costs 1 crystal, but the barter rate is 20 wood, 10 stone. Double. Which people hated. And then came the other kind. The people who felt I should sell to the human camp cheap, Gus free, for the good of the species, to help humanity overcome its difficulties together. One guy proposed collecting all surplus resources from every lord and allocating them centrally. That comment got buried under the other comments within seconds, which is the funniest thing that happened on Chaos Continent today. I didn't take any of it to heart, because if I hand it out for free, I get more criticism, not less. Food is finite. The problem was never scarcity. The problem is inequality. Wanting what you can't have will stir your heart forever. You don't learn there's no free lunch until you've paid for one. And a joint boycott? Not worried. If billions of people could actually unite, humans would have flown out of the Milky Way back on Earth. Best product, best market. I'll sell. And I did. The friend requests started pouring in, all 100 units gone, 25 soul crystals, 700 wood, 400 stone. Then I opened the friends list, looked at the 999 plus requests from every lord on the planet trying to get access to the only butcher in existence, and cleared them all with one click. True kings are always alone. They don't need friends. The gatherers brought another batch. Onto the platform, 11 crystals, 220 wood, 90 stone. Plus the 32 the Spartans made killing things, 78 soul crystals, 920 wood, 490 stone. Tier 2 needs 100/1000/500. I might make it before dark. The Lord has gained 312 experience points and 12 soul crystals. And then golden light came off my body and kept going for a long time, and when the energy poured in, I felt my physical ability multiply several times over in a second. Has it been upgraded again? LV2 to LV4. 2 levels. At once. What did Leonidas do? Then somebody outside started screaming. I ran out and nearly fell over because there was a 3-meter-tall, 10-meter-long monster lying in my yard. It looked like an ancient giant lizard, the kind that's extinct on Earth, except more than twice the size. And Leonidas and the 4 Spartans were covered in blood, eyes bloodshot, dragging it by the tail, leaving deep prints in the dirt with every step. "Roar! Sparta!" And then they turned around, faces contorted with rage, and started marching back into the forest. Kalen had bite marks torn into his thigh with blood running down his leg, and he was leaning on his spear to keep upright, and he was. Going too. He didn't feel it. He literally could not feel it. "Dilios, stop right there!" Because I'd just watched the fine print become real, they'd gone berserk, killing indiscriminately. And there is exactly one thing in this world that can turn it off. Me. Leonidas stopped mid-stride, then walked back over, perfectly respectful. "Lord, what are your commands?" "Today's battle has been enough. I am very pleased with the victory you brought me. Now I'll rest, and I look forward to more victories from you tomorrow." And the rage switched off, all 5 at once, and under the exhaustion on their faces, you could see the honor. "Yes, Your Excellency." They bowed and dragged their wrecked bodies into the training camp, where they recover faster. Leonidas, LV4, the other 4, LV3. We need to keep a much closer eye on them next time, because looking at those 5 shredded men, I felt something cold go through me. I suspect that even if they met a fully grown dragon, the Spartans, in berserk state, would roar and charge it side by side. They wouldn't hesitate. They'd never hesitate. That's not courage. That's the absence of a break, and I'm the only break, and I was indoors doing spreadsheets. At this stage, we absolutely cannot afford to lose a single Spartan warrior. They're my whole starting advantage, all of it, 5 guys. Ancient giant lizard, level 10. Status, dead. Level 10. My guys are level 3. They didn't punch above their weight class. They left their weight class, went upstairs, and dragged something home by the tail. As expected of the Transcendent unit. After a full day, my 2 exhausted gatherers finally processed it, and a light flashed over both of them. Gatherers, level 3. Meanwhile, the farmers chopping wood, the guys breaking rocks, the cook, all still level 1. That's the whole story of my gatherer's day, told in a number. Everyone else is at 1. The 2 guys who have spent 9 hours elbow deep in monsters are at 3. Obtained 35 units of ancient giant lizard meat, excellent food. Obtained 10 ancient giant lizard hides, common material. Obtained 20 ancient giant lizard claws, common material. Excellent grade food, not common. Excellent. I picked up a piece, translucent, reddish, and warm to the touch. Had the cook roast it? crispy outside, tender inside, and then, under the openly envious stares of everyone I own, I took a huge bite. Wow, I have never eaten anything that good in my life. Tender, juicy, every bite landing like a small event. Lord has consumed superior ingredients, gaining plus 10 experience points. Eating gives experience. I finished the unit fast, plus 24 experience total. Warm stomach, pleasantly full, and one unit carries enough energy to keep an average person going for 2 days without eating. Each additional bite gives less, diminishing returns on gluttony. The universe is fair in the pettiest possible ways. But at this stage, this is a rare commodity. Because in the mall, a good meal costs 10 soul crystals. Nobody on this planet can afford that. But on the trading platform, I can barter it, which builds the reputation of Huan Yu Shop. And among billions of people, there are bound to be some freaks out there who've already made a small fortune. 10 units stayed for my people. The other 24 went up. Ancient giant lizard meat. Excellent food. Price: 10 soul crystals / 200 wood / 100 stone. Features: exquisite taste. Simple cooking delivers a 5-star experience. Provides 2 days of energy and increases experience points. Note: other items of equal value also accepted. Quantity: 24. High-quality food? Did the Huan Yu shop boss kill a high-level monster? My God, it's day 1 and someone can already do this? I'm too scared to leave my village. Please share your experience. Enthuse sharing experience +1. Sharing experience +2. 10 soul crystals for 1 piece of food? Who can afford that right now? It's too expensive, but I really want to eat it. Could the owner of Huan Yu Shop please accept my friend request? I'm going to go chop trees right now, hoping to eat Huan Yu Shop's delicious food as soon as possible. Forget upstairs, it's sold out. Wow, so fast. All 24 gone almost instantly. 130 soul crystals, 1,200 wood, 500 stone. That last guy, by the way, the one who announced he's going to go chop trees so he can afford my food someday? He doesn't know it yet, but he just described my entire business model out loud, in public, and thanked me for it. I truly live up to the title of Human Lord. A lord chopping all day makes maybe 200 wood, breaking rocks maybe 100. I just took 1,200 wood off people in one transaction. That's 6 lords' entire day. For meat, my berserkers made while leveling up. Then I glanced at the bill and found that one lord from Xuanji village had bought 5 portions of the fine food by herself. 600 units of timber and 200 stone, paid. And I started questioning the meaning of life. Are all the other lords' subjects 3-headed and 6-armed? Deep in the endless forest, on a mountain peak, there's a human village, and in the cabin, a woman was lying on the bed eating the fine food she just received with absolutely no regard for her image. It was so good her big bright eyes narrowed into crescents. It's so delicious! She finished it and rubbed her slightly bulging belly with lingering satisfaction. Golden light, level up. What a blissful life. You can level up just by eating. I'm so envious of the owner of Huan Yu Shop. Then she remembered that the meat currently in her stomach cost 200 units of timber that her people made by hand, and the hopeful look on her face went somewhat unpleasant. She got up and went outside, where it was lively, people chopping, people breaking stone, a bustling, vibrant scene. All 110 of her followers, working hard, not one slacking. She was very happy about this. She nodded, satisfied, and pumped her fist at them. Keep up the good work, everyone. Whether Xuanji gets to eat meat tomorrow depends on all of you. Rest assured, Lord, all 110 in unison. Then they threw themselves back into work. She clapped, satisfied, and walked around the back of the cabin, where there was a mountain of timber and a mountain of stone. Wow, so many materials. She scratched her head, confused, because her people have been busy all day and they still haven't eaten. I could open a shop too, sell these, and use the money to buy meat for everyone. Compatibility. Ma'am, I love you and I need you to sit down and look very carefully at what just happened. You have 110 people. You spent their entire day's labor on 5 snacks, ate all 5 yourself on the bed, and your solution to your staff being hungry is to sell more of their labor to the same guy. She's going to be my best customer, and she's going to feel great about it. In a canyon somewhere else, 20 masked warriors in black with wooden spears drove 5 antelope, each the size of a warhorse, down to the foot of a mountain. Then the soldiers did something surprising. They formed an orderly formation, real discipline, and they worked the antelope down with spears. Then the last surviving antelope jumped into the formation. Its hooves are like hammers. It landed on a soldier and exploded his skull. Then its horns turned into spears, and it ran a man through and through him. Kill! They swarmed it and stabbed it to death. But those 2 men were gone, no matter what anybody did. Wang Ming, watching from inside his village, was saddened by losing 2 soldiers. Then he hit LV2 and got the soul crystals and went right back to being ambitious. Food and soul crystals will be provided. With the exceptional Yan Xingjun unit, I, Wang Ming, will certainly not lag behind others. 2 men died in about 4 seconds, and the grief lasted until the experience bar moved. Chaos Continent is boundless, and every human lord's situation is different. Some are still complaining and adjusting. Some are already learning how to survive. I don't care about any of them. My flame is about to upgrade. 220 soul crystals, 2,300 wood, 1,050 stone. Tier 2 costs 100/1000/500. Met. With enough left over to upgrade the training camp too. Night fell. The Spartans still weren't recovered. The people needed rest. Nothing else to do with the hours.
Upgrade the flame to Tier 2?
Yes! The flame surged, and energy rolled out over the entire territory, and I walked outside into a world drowned in soft, golden light. Wood and stone dissolving out of my inventory. And behind me, my wooden hut became a 2-story stone castle. The thatched huts my people lived in became neat rows of wooden houses. I counted, exactly 20. And a warehouse, taking up serious space. An hour. Then the gold faded, and the whole place was new. Ding! The fire seat has been upgraded to Tier 2, adds 10 citizens per day. Note, Tier 3 requires 1,000 soul crystals, 10,000 wood, 5,000 stone, and 1,000 refined iron. Territory, Universal Town, 500 by 500 meters. Lord, Liang Wei, Level 4. Common Building, Warehouse, Tier 1, stores 11,000 wood, 5,500 stone, 1,100 refined iron. Special Building, Spartan Training Camp, Tier 1. 1 resident a day to 10. 100 by 100 meters to 500 by 500. This morning I owned a shed. Tonight I own a town with a castle in it. Note the Tier 3 cost, though. Refined iron, a thing I do not have, cannot make, and have never seen. The system just quietly added a new problem to the bill. And the residential district takes up less than 1/10 of the territory. The rest is mine to build on. Farmland, crops, horse ranches, and mineral deposits you can buy at the mall. I've seen the blueprints in there, dozens of them. I can't afford any of it yet. It was fully dark now, and the forest was making eerie noises. The town sits high, so from the 2nd floor of my castle, I looked out, and I vaguely saw a burly humanoid shape standing out there, with one scarlet eye, and it looked at my territory for a long time, then slowly backed away. At night, the monsters out there get livelier than during the day. It didn't attack, it just looked, and did the math, and left. I've got 6 days of protection left, and something out there is already counting my buildings. Let's upgrade the training camp while we have the chance. 10 residents are born in town tomorrow. With the camp at Tier 2, the daily training slots should go up too. Upgrade the Spartan training camp to Level 2? Yes! Light from the fire, a golden shield over the camp, half an hour. And it came out more than double the size. It used to be mostly wood. Now it's mostly stone pillars. Finally, I feel like I'm in 300. Spartan Training Camp, Exceptional Building, Level Tier 2. Note, Tier 3 requires a Tier 3 fire seed, 600 soul crystals, 3,000 wood, 6,000 stone, and 600 refined iron. Function, can train 10 humans daily into transcendent units. That's it? 5 slots became 10. Everything else is identical. I paid for an upgrade and got a bigger number and some architecture. I consoled myself that maybe a few levels in, the camp gets actual new functions. Then I looked up at the sky. Ask me again when the thing with the scarlet eye finishes counting. Behind hazy clouds, 3 moons sat surrounded by stars. 1 red, 1 purple, 1 white. The biggest one is purple, and it stains the entire world a strange purple color. Take a rest. A 7-day protection period is just the right time to get a good night's sleep. 7 days from now, things might not be so easy. I woke up and walked out of the castle rubbing my eyes because the roaring in the wilderness kept me awake all night. Once we become powerful, we'll definitely clean up the surrounding area thoroughly. That's what a man with dark circles thinks. My first genocidal ambition was born entirely out of noise complaints. "Good morning, Lord." Leonidas was outside the castle, with all 4 Spartans, fully recovered, radiating energy. 1 night. Yesterday, they were shredded. And that's not just the training camp. That's mostly the absurd base physique of a transcendent unit. They slept off wounds that would have retired a normal man, and now they're eager to go. "Leonidas, wait. New warriors join us today." Because Leonidas hit LV4, which means he can now lead 14. "Yes, Lord." And he took the others off to an open area to practice, which is what these men do to relax. Then I looked at my 10 new residents. 6 farmers, 2 gatherers, a tailor, a carpenter. I was quite satisfied, mainly because no lazy bones appeared. But the tailor and carpenter are genuinely useful right now. A tailor can sew monster fur and scales into something that barely counts as armor. A carpenter repairs buildings and makes simple tools. If possible, I'd like to keep those 2, which tells you what I'm about to do to everyone else. Then I remembered I hadn't checked in. "Check-in successful. Congratulations, Lord. You have obtained a common crop, sweet potato seedlings, 100 seedlings." Sweet potato seedlings, a common crop, yielding a batch of sweet potatoes every 7 days. Okay, so of my 8 farmers, at least 2 now need to stay behind and plant sweet potatoes. Is this a happy kind of trouble? I was speechless. In another lord's hands, these are a real resource. A renewable food source that doesn't require anyone to fight a crocodile. Somebody out there would weep for this. But my entire strategy is using war to sustain war. My food supply is 5 guys in underwear. The sweet potato is, to me, a chore. Never mind. Let's see what's on sale today. Legendary equipment, Millennium Shield. Originally 240 million, now 24 million. Epic Class Scroll, Phantom Blade Knight, 99% off. Originally 62 million, now 620,000. Superior Special Building, Yan Xingjun Training Camp, Level 1. Originally 360,000 to now 108,000. That last one, Yan Xingjun, that's Wang Ming's unit, the canyon guy, the one whose men got their skulls kicked in by an antelope. His entire strategic advantage is sitting in my discount aisle at 70% off, and I can't afford it, which is somehow both of our problems. Still can't afford any of it, but those aren't today's goal. I searched population directly. The menu refreshed down to a few dozen items. Random groups of 10, 100, 1,000. Basic career customization for 10 people, 100 people. Special professions, rare unit types, and 3 heroes. Every hero is unique. Buy one, and I'd have a second hero follower, another Leonidas. I don't have the crystals. I looked at them the way you look through a window. Random occupations, 100 people, 95% off. Originally 1,000 to 50. That's the worst discount in the entire population category, which tells you exactly how little the universe values generic humans. After the 2 upgrades, I have 70. Click. Minus 50 crystals. And 100 people appeared out of thin air on the flat ground outside my castle. I bought 100 human beings for the price of a discounted round shield, and it was still considered a bad deal. All LV1. But unlike the ones the fire gives me daily, their loyalty ranges from 60 to 100. Only a dozen or so are diehards. I didn't mind. As long as I meet their basic needs, food, clothing, shelter, and give them a stable life, loyalty won't be a problem. 60 farmers, 15 gatherers, 5 tailors, 10 carpenters, 6 servants, 3 cooks, and 1 steward. Servants and a steward. 2 professions I'd never seen. I summoned the 6. The butler was a well-dressed, middle-aged man. The servants were 4 men and 2 women, all fairly young, and, I'm just reporting the facts here, the maid's appearance was quite ordinary, which I noticed, and which says more about my expectations than about them.
Master, the butler said, bending tentatively. From now on, you're in charge of everything concerning the castle.
Clear. And he took his 6 people inside to clean. I have a staff. I live in a castle with a butler, on day 2, in a war zone, at the age of 22, and my house is being dusted while men with spears go feral in the woods for me. 10 farmers into the training camp, everyone else to work, clearing land, chopping, breaking stone. And the territory came alive. While they trained, I went back into the discount list, hunting, which takes forever. Thousands of items, one at a time, 10 minutes of scrolling. And then I found it. Perfect grade building blueprint, Blue Mountain Workshop. Originally 230,000 soul crystals to now 230. Blue Mountain Workshop is a renowned equipment manufacturing workshop in a parallel universe. They possess extremely high production efficiency, and the weapons they produce are of excellent quality and highly praised. Blue Mountain Workshop has crafted legendary gear, and their blacksmiths are highly respected. Of course, if you want them to craft high-quality equipment, the Lord must provide the corresponding materials. After all, even a skilled cook can't make a meal without rice. Perfect grade, 1 tier above my Spartan camp, and I'd been planning to buy a normal blacksmith shop, a regular little forge. That was the plan. Instead, the discount aisle coughed up an interdimensional legendary arms manufacturer for 1/10 of 1%. And I got excited, because I have a warehouse full of materials and no way to use them. I can make my own equipment now. I've got 20 crystals left. I'll have 230 by this afternoon, because I now have 15 Spartans. The camp doors opened, and 10 LV-1 Spartans came out. No heroes this time. But 2 got combat secondary professions. Kieran, Spartan longbowman, Declan, Spartan spear thrower. Both of them can attack at range, which means my army now has a backline, which it has never had, because until 10 minutes ago, my entire military doctrine was run at it screaming. Today's discount list only had common longswords, so I spent my last 15 crystals arming them. But after today, 230 crystals, and my Spartans never worry about weapons again, because I'll have the Blue Mountain Workshop. Custom kit, every man, no problem.
This is Sparta!
Leonidas took 14 men into the forest, and the monsters near Universal Town suffered again. The whole forest went into chaos. I didn't go out this time. My experience bar and my crystal counter were climbing so fast that I had complete confidence in them, as long as they don't get carried away. Plus 42 crystals, nearly LV5. I went to the second floor window and watched them come back, and every single one was dragging at least 1 corpse, and Leonidas was leading a crocodile not much smaller than yesterday's giant lizard. Level 10 or higher, easily. Did they take out a whole nest of crocodiles? Because most of the haul was one specific animal, a crocodile with a red carapace, plus boars, pythons, and giant rabbits, which I'd like to formally note are apparently a threat here. They dumped the bodies in my territory, and without stopping for a single second, turned around and went back in. For them, constant fighting is the meaning of life. The gatherers swarmed. Their day had begun. Gained 35 units of red-armored crocodile meat, excellent food. Obtained 8 red-armored crocodile leathers, fine material. Obtained 86 units of red-armored crocodile meat, common food. My eyes lit up. The leather is fine grade. That's a tier up from common. That's not food, that's armor, and I just ordered a factory. Master, come in. The butler, with 2 male servants, and each of the 3 was carrying an egg the size of a rugby ball. My lord, Lord Leonidas has instructed me to deliver these 3 eggs to you. He placed them on the table, respectfully, and stepped aside. Red-armored crocodile egg, fine-grade pet egg. You will receive a red-armored crocodile cub after signing the contract. Red-armored crocodile, a monster that lives in the forest. Their potential is generally bronze, level 19, with a certain possibility of evolving into silver, level 29. A pet egg. My berserker went into a crocodile nest, killed everything in it, and then carefully carried the eggs home and had them hand-delivered to my desk by the butler. I picked them up, examined them thoroughly, got interested, and then I listed all 3 for sale. Because I've seen the pet eggs in the Chaos Mall. The discount menu hasn't offered me one yet. but it will. My pet must be at least excellent quality. Bronze potential is beneath me. A crocodile that might evolve to silver is, in my opinion, not good enough to be my dog, and I made that judgment while owning 20 soul crystals. Then I opened the trading platform to check my shop, and after one night, shops had sprung up like mushrooms, thousands of them.
Most selling absolute junk. Rudimentary weapons made of rocks and sticks, unreliable garbage like river water, artificial fertilizer, and sand. Some lords have listed their own subjects. That's because the platform ranks shops by transaction volume, so there are people out there selling humans for placement on a leaderboard on day 2, and I've decided not to think about it too hard given that I bought 100 of them for 50 crystals this morning. Huan Yu's shop's number 1 spot is unchallenged, but now I could see the other real players. Number 2, Bauhinia's shop. High-quality ingredients, not meat, a fruit called banyan, 18 units. I traded some crocodile meat for one, sweet and sour, genuinely good. No experience gain, but it makes you clear-headed. Number 3, a batch of common equipment. Worse than the malls, but cheap. In the description, the Lord says he got a craftsman on his first check-in, and he'll do custom work if you bring materials. If I didn't have the discount artifact, Blue Mountain would never have appeared for me, and I'd be negotiating with that guy right now. I don't need to. Then I kept scrolling and saw a familiar face. Number 7, Zhuangji's shop. Nothing special in it, just 2 things, wood and stone. But the quantity made my eyelid twitch. 4,000 units of timber, 2,000 units of stone units of timber, 2,000 units of stone. At mall prices, that's 600 soul crystals of raw material. And because those 2 goods are so common, she's priced them at half the mall rate. And she only accepts soul crystals and meat, less than half of it. Has sold. Because at this stage, not many lords lack wood and stone. Most lords and their people are still just trying to make ends meet. Ma'am, you have accidentally invented being the raw material supplier. You're undercutting the god-tier shop by 50%, and you're taking payment in the exact thing that only I produce. She's not competing with me. She's integrating vertically into me, and she thinks she's running a fruit stand. Elsewhere, I found some genuinely impressive people. Excellent grade wooden furniture, cement, bricks. One lord invented gunpowder. Unfortunately, in his own words, the power was pitifully low. Somebody out there rediscovered gunpowder on day 2 of the apocalypse and immediately posted a disappointed product review of it. I scraped together enough to buy 30 units of refined iron, the thing my tier 3 needs. It's a scarce resource right now. Only a handful of lords have stumbled into any at all. And then, in the middle of that whole festival of new shops, my pet egg sold and ended it. Am I seeing things? Lord Huan Yu has listed a fine-grade pet egg. Red armored crocodile? 2 of my warriors died to those. How did you kill them, boss? I want to cry. You really can't generalize about people. Lord Huan Yu, add me as a friend. I have a mature, elegant voice. Lord Huan Yu really has no sense of the bigger picture. We're all human. We should help each other. We urge all lords to resist the shops run by top lords. Those guys are vampires, treating the rest of us like lambs to the slaughter. Cleared the friend requests with 1 click, and permanently blocked everybody doing the moral blackmail in the foul language, which took about 4 seconds and improved my life immeasurably. Bauhinia Lord paid 100 crystals for an egg, 178 total. Food's moving slower now. Lots of lords are listing food, but I'm not worried. Huan Yu's shop isn't a meat stand. I'm building the top-tier, full-category store, the only name a player thinks of besides the Chaos Mall itself. No point crying about petty margins. Trading platform. Lord Garrett has paid 100 soul crystals for a fine-grade pet egg. 298. 3.5 hours to noon, and I already have my 230. I looked up Garrett, the second buyer. In a very short time, his shop muscled into 5th place, on the back of a common herb, snake tongue grass. It has mild detoxifying properties, which right now makes it an extremely rare pharmaceutical, because the alternative to an antidote is dying. 30 units at 6 crystals each. Sold out. He found weeds and turned them into medicine and rode them to 5th place on the planet. Remember that name. I opened the discount menu, searched Blue Mountain Workshop, and clicked Buy with genuine excitement. Confirm payment of 230 soul crystals for Blue Mountain Workshop blueprints? Yes. And a thick stack of blueprints appeared in my hands. I couldn't understand a single thing on them. Doesn't matter. I don't have to read it. I just have to use it. The open ground next to the training camp lit up gold, and a square 2-story building rose out of the dirt, nearly 200 square meters. Blue Mountain Workshop, perfect grade building. Level, Tier 1. Note, Tier 2 requires 50 soul crystals, 700 wood, 200 stone, 50 refined iron. Function, comes with 10 blacksmith apprentices. Apprentices have a 100% chance of advancing to expert, a 10% chance of advancing to master, and a 0.1% chance of advancing to saint blacksmith. For every 20 soul crystals paid, a resident can be transformed into a blacksmith. Note, the blacksmith path is apprentice to expert to master to saint to god. Master blacksmith perfectly showcases the material's properties. Saint blacksmith forges equipment that transcends the limitations of the material, creating legends. God blacksmith turns the impossible into the possible. Read those last 3 lines again. A master gets everything out of the material. A saint ignores what the material is and makes a legend anyway. A god makes things that cannot exist. And 10 men in dark blue uniforms walked out to greet me, each with an apprentice blacksmith badge on his chest. And the word on the badge had already changed from Blue Mountain to World Blue Mountain. The building rebranded itself into my company on arrival. Nobody asked me. It just knew. Blacksmith 1, apprentice. Loyalty 95. 0.1% chance of becoming a saint blacksmith. Blacksmith 2, apprentice. Loyalty 100. 0.1% chance of becoming a saint blacksmith. All 10 panels identical. 1 in 1,000 becomes a saint. Will any of them be the 1 in 1,000? They're apprentices today. I looked at 10 guys in matching uniforms and decided they all have bright futures, which is what you say when you've just bought a lottery ticket with 10 numbers on it. The Lord has gained 320 experience points and 11 soul crystals. Golden light interrupted my thinking. LV5, which means, without needing to be told, that Leonidas and the 14 killed another thing over level 10. And sure enough, here he came, dragging another enormous red-armored crocodile, with each of the 14 behind him hauling 2 regular ones. Ask me again when 10 apprentices meet a warehouse full of crocodile skin. They'd clearly found the crocodile's home address. Leonidas was still LV4, but close to breaking. Gareth and the original 4, LV4. The 10 new guys, LV2 to LV3. And after 2 battles, almost all 15 were injured. And still trying to sneak back into the forest. I had to recall them, physically order grown men to stop going to work and send them to the camp to heal. Then I pointed at my warehouse and told the 10 blacksmiths, use the common materials freely. Don't touch the high-quality materials for now. Because I want to see what they can actually do first. No point wasting the good crocodile on a guy who might be terrible. Yes, Lord. And they sprinted to the warehouse. Because forging isn't their job, it's their interest. The only way up, expert, master, saint, is to build and learn. And when they get there, their names and my territory's name go across Chaos Continent together. I sat in my castle and watched the warehouse numbers through a click. They're all apprentices. But with the workshop backing them, their speed and quality are enormously boosted. That lord who won a craftsman on his first check-in? Not even close. Materials poured into Blue Mountain, including the 30 refined iron I just scraped together for building upgrades, which a blacksmith requisitioned off me the moment he saw it. Refined iron? There'll be plenty more later. Mall prices. An iron ore mine is over 800 crystals. A steelmaking furnace blueprint is only 150. That's actually within reach. If a discount never comes, and I need it badly enough, I'll just pay retail. Refined iron goes into equipment and buildings. No lord alive complains about having too much. Half an hour later, equipment started flowing back. Bows, arrows, short spears, long spears, machetes, long swords, leather armor, shields, battle axes, helmets, boots. 10 apprentices, and each one seems to have picked a lane and gone all in on it. And nobody asked them to. All of it common grade. None of it shoddy.
Every single piece is up to a universal standard, and every single piece is stamped World Blue Mountain. 2 hours, 73 sets of equipment, roughly 1,500 soul crystals of value. Lords, are you prepared to face the fear of being dominated by Huan Yu shop? Pets, coming. Iron ore, coming. Tier 3 fire seed, coming. Blue Mountain Workshop, you have acquired an expert-level blacksmith. What? Already? Blacksmith number 7 was gone. In his place, blacksmith, Chen Bao. Level, expert. Area of expertise, armor. Potential, 2% chance of becoming a saint blacksmith. His saint odds went from 0.1% to 2%. 20 times better. He didn't just get promoted, his ceiling moved. I called him over. Ordinary-looking guy, Asian features, extremely respectful, and visibly impatient, with a tone that suggested he had complaints about being summoned so I could look at him. Lord, if there's nothing else, I'll go forge some equipment. He said this while backing out the door, because to him, the time spent walking here and standing here was equivalent to wasting several years of his life. In these few minutes, he could have finished processing an entire hide. Don't worry, Chen Bao. I wasn't angry. I looked at his confused face and said, you now have access to the high-quality materials. Go find Leonidas, have a set of leather armor custom-made for each of them. Access to the good stuff. His eyes lit up, and he instantly decided those few minutes had been completely worth it. Thank you, Lord. Bow, reverence. And then he stood there patiently waiting for further instructions, which is the fastest attitude change I have ever witnessed in a human being. That's all. Go. Hopefully it's done before they fight this afternoon. Lord, rest assured. Absolutely no problem. He patted his chest and ran for the warehouse. When I became a lord, my favorite people turned out to be workaholics like Leonidas and Chen Bao. I don't even need to set KPIs, Gus PBCs. They naturally treat work as life and 007 as a blessing. I got kidnapped out of a university about to hand me a degree, and within 48 hours I have independently rediscovered management, and I am delighted about my employees' relationship with overtime. I sat down on the simple sofa the butler had the people make and opened my shop. I was going to quietly list some equipment. Then I thought about it and decided to spend my daily speech on an ad, expanding the Huan Yu brand and annoying everyone I'd blocked in one move. Notice, Huan Yu Shop will list 50 sets of equipment in half an hour. Leather armor, longbows, spears, swords, shields, and more. Fair price, excellent quality, limited quantity, buy now while supplies last. Instant frenzy. The big boss has appeared. Looking for a sugar daddy/sugar baby? Watching the big shots. Holy crap, Lord Huan Yu is selling equipment? Tata 2 absolute. Huan Yu's gear isn't even listed yet. Exactly. Even if it's decent, given Huan Yu City's famous stinginess, how cheap can it be? Lord-made equipment is always worse than Chaos Malls. I advise Lord Huan Yu to lower his price a bit, then maybe I'd buy some. Welcome everyone to Murayama Shop. To help you develop better, all Murayama equipment will be half price in half an hour. Wow, Lord Sunshan is awesome. That's the boldness a top leader should have. That's Lord Sunshan, the number 3 shop, the guy who won a craftsman at the start. He was about to cry, because his business hadn't been open long before it was going to be crushed by me. So he read my announcement and immediately used my own hype window to launch a price war. Using my momentum against me? Then I'll show you what despair truly is. Half an hour later, I listed 50 sets. The priciest, 10 sets of leather armor at 30 crystals. Mall price for leather armor is 40 plus. I cut it by a third. Everything else? Swords, longbows, shields, under 20. Some conventional weapons under 10. Barter costs more, but not by much. And I added new accepted materials. Not just wood, stone, and refined iron, but hides, tendons, teeth, claws. Which does 2 things. It lets poor lords pay me in the corpses of their problems, and it fundamentally cuts off the flow of crafting materials to Murayama Shop. Kunshan needs materials to make his weapons. Now every lord on Chaos Continent has a better place to spend them. He's not losing a price war, he's losing his supply chain, and he hasn't noticed yet. I also opened custom equipment services, specifically noting that I can make high-quality gear. Because honestly, common grade equipment is useless to me now. I'm waiting on Chen Bao. After today, common grade is obsolete in my kingdom, so I don't care about the loss at all. Sold out on arrival. Transaction volume past 4 figures. I glanced at Murayama's shop. 30 plus homemade weapons, under 5 crystals each, less than half sold. Because homemade weapons aren't strong and aren't hard to make, so nobody needs them. And with my shop right there as a comparison, the man is invisible. He cut his prices in half and it made no difference at all, because the problem was never his price. Did you see the trading platform reviews? Huan Yu's gear is as good as Chaos Mall's. I didn't get any, sob. I logged out for 1 second to look at Murayama's stuff, came back, and all 50 sets were gone. Me too. I feel like I missed a fortune. There's no harm in comparison. Next to Huan Yu's gear, Murayama's is a pile of crap. Anything from Huan Yu is top-notch. Luckily, I stayed the whole time and snagged a leather armor.
Saved me at least 10 crystals. What a steal.
Am I the only one who noticed the Blue Mountain Workshop? I just checked. It's a perfect grade special building. Holy crap, it really is. No wonder Lord Huan Yu was so confident. Please, Lord Huan Yu, list more. I'll save all my crystals for you. Sam, this isn't even enough to fill a tooth gap. 60 sets in the warehouse already, plus a mountain of materials. So I spent 10 crystals on another message. Before nightfall, over 200 sets. Still cheaper than Chaos Mall. Far better value than equipment from those third-rate shops. Don't miss out. Holy crap, 200 sets tonight? Lord Huan Yu is awesome. I can't wait. I've decided to just live at Huan Yu's shop until I get one. Lord Huan Yu, can we trade privately? I'll pay more crystals. I need a lot. Third-rate shops? I wonder how Lord Sun Shan is feeling right now. Oh my god, I just realized I'm blocked? If I don't get unbanned, I can never buy from Huan Yu Mall again. All I did was insult you a few times. Lord Huan Yu, you're so petty. I ignored every private trade request.
Because selling cheap common gear was never about profit. It's about reputation and a premium brand image. Chasing short-term margin at the cost of Huan Yu Shop's healthy growth is a losing move. Cleared 999 plus friend requests in one go, and casually blocked Lord Tunshan. The man tried one price war and got removed from the marketplace by a guy on a sofa who didn't even change expression. Your friend request has been rejected. You have been blocked by Lord Huan Yu. You cannot add Huan Yu City as a friend because you haven't been unblocked. You cannot access Huan Yu Mall unless you are unblocked. Please do not operate frequently. Yoda Murayama looked at that stack of notifications, gritted his teeth, and cursed. Baka. That Lord Huan Yu is absolutely despicable. I'll make him pay one day. Then he walked outside with a gloomy expression and saw one of his farmers, covered in bruises, holding a homemade weapon, looking terrified. Waste! He kicked the farmer to the ground. If you can't even handle a rabbit, what's the point of me keeping you? Trash. He turned around to vent on a few more of them and found that the rest of his people had already hidden, far away. And he frowned. When I beat up the locals yesterday, these guys didn't even dare to hide. How dare they defy the Lord's will? Then he looked at those fearful, evasive faces, and something cold went through him, and he opened his citizen panel. Every single one of his 11 subjects had dropped in loyalty. The one under his foot was below 60. Indifferent. And he saw the suppressed anger in their eyes and got startled. These guys, they probably can't rebel, right? Sir, you have 11 employees. You kicked them for losing fights you sent them into with sticks, and you're standing in a wilderness where a rabbit is a credible threat. Loyalty isn't a stat you can bully. It's a countdown. 14 Spartans stood in 2 rows in front of my castle in crimson armor, high-spirited, radiating fighting spirit, thick red leather, refined iron spears each, Kieran with a great bow and 2 quivers, Declan with a bundle of short spears tipped with sharpened monster claws, and Leonidas, behind me, kitted out extravagantly, fine-grade round shield still covered in bloodstains, refined iron spear, refined iron longsword at the waist, short spears on his back.
armed to the absolute extreme. Though most of the weapons are still common quality, but the armor, reddish-brown, patterned with crocodile hide, the left shoulder guard made from a crocodile's tail, wrapping the upper arm, the right one made from a crocodile's upper jaw, with two scarlet crocodile eyes fixed into it by some special technique. Imposing, ferocious, very intimidating. Red crocodile armor. Quality, excellent. Function, crafted by Blue Mountain Workshop with expert-level blacksmithing. Exceptional defense, protecting against most common projectile attacks. The right shoulder pad can unleash a surge of frenzied energy, enhancing berserk abilities and slowly healing the wearer's injuries. Note, custom made by Chen Bao, expert-level blacksmith of Blue Mountain Workshop, an unprecedented new product on Chaos Continent. Super defense, immune to most common projectiles, amplifies berserk and heals you while you rage. He didn't just make armor. He read what Leonidas' talent does: pain immunity, fatigue immunity, gradual loss of self, and built a shoulder pad that feeds it and patches the holes while it runs. Isn't this exactly what every lord needs most right now? I could already see the shortage the second I list it. But Chen Bao had said something. The red crocodile armor is good, but the technology isn't advanced. If a master blacksmith anywhere decided to crack it, he wouldn't have to try very hard. Meaning, knockoffs are coming. Although by then, I probably won't care about crocodile armor anymore. Ding! Chaos Mall values the red crocodile armor at 780 soul crystals, worth adding to your collection. Add red crocodile armor to the Chaos Mall. The Lord will receive 2,000 experience points and 3% of the profit from all red crocodile armor sold in the Chaos Mall. Note, Lords need not provide forging materials. The Chaos Mall will label the item as made by Huan Yu Lanshan. Could this be considered a form of indirect intellectual property protection? I glanced at it and hit yes immediately. Rather than letting others imitate it, let the official entity certify it. Piracy won't stop, but the orthodox status is undeniable, and what that represents is priceless. The 3% doesn't matter. Huan Yu Shop will sell this armor matter. Huan Yu Shop will sell this armor far below mall price anyway. Every human lord who wants one is still coming to me. I didn't sell my design to the God Store. I got the God Store to permanently stamp my brand name on a product category, forever, and then undercut it in my own shop. Congratulations, Lord, on your promotion to LV8. 2,000 experience. 3 levels at once. Golden light so dense it took a long time to fade. LV8 is still an ordinary creature tier, but my strength is multiplied several times over. I can now casually jump 3 or 4 meters. Lord, we've run out of materials. These are the last 2 sets. Chen Bao, walking out with a look of lingering enjoyment, 2 apprentices behind him, each carrying armor. Warehouse, 82 common sets. 2 excellent sets. Still a way off the 200 I promised the world by nightfall. Lord, leave the materials to us. Leonidas, patting his chest with enormous pride. With this equipment, we're confident we can wipe out every red-armored crocodile outside town within an hour. I believe you won't let me down. But after the crocodiles, don't rush into the depths of the forest. Scout around the town first. Because my intuition says there's great danger deep in there. Now is not the time. Yes, solemnly. And he took them out. Hides and claws aren't enough, Chen Bao said, frowning. Casting requires a large amount of metal, and our refined iron is extremely scarce. It can't meet future needs. Refined iron. I got a slight headache. Because it's scarce on the trading platform. And to this day, nobody has ever reported seeing an iron ore deposit. Not one on the entire continent. Looks like I'll have to spend money. Common iron ore. Price, 800 soul crystals. Iron ore is a valuable resource. A lord's development is inseparable from it. Of course, ore cannot be used directly. Besides iron ore, you'll also need a steel-making furnace. Between the Spartans hunting and the shop, I was sitting on 1,200 soul crystals. On crystals alone, I now qualify for a Tier 3 fire seed. I'm just missing wood, stone, and refined iron. But Tier 3 doesn't make my territory stronger. What I urgently need is infrastructure. And here's my problem. I've gotten used to the discount artifact. Paying full price for 2 ordinary blueprints felt physically painful. I sat there, reluctant to part with the money, like a man who's forgotten what things cost. But nothing relevant was in today's discounts, and I have no idea if iron ore will ever show up there tomorrow. This is the limitation of the discount artifact. It doesn't refresh according to my wishes. Otherwise, I'd have taken off already. That's the leash. The most broken golden finger in the world, and it's random. I can't ask it for anything. I can only check the mail and hope the universe made a typo in a direction I need today. Refined iron is needed for almost everything: building upgrades, casting materials. Iron ore generates long-term benefits. We'd have to buy it sooner or later anyway. Having successfully consoled myself, I clicked buy, minus 950 soul crystals. 2 golden beams came out of the fire and landed where I wanted them. A steel furnace belching thick smoke rose at the edge of town, right next to a mining site. Iron ore, Tier 1 common building. Function: holds up to 10 citizens mining. 100 units of iron ore per day. Steel-making furnace, Tier 1 common building. Function: requires 3 citizens. Refines 100 iron ore into 50 refined iron per day. 50 a day. I was very dissatisfied, because Tier 3 Fire Seed needs 1,000 refined iron. Tier 3 Spartan Camp needs 600. Blue Mountain needs more. At 50 a day, that's forever. And given how fast Blue Mountain eats materials, 50 units is practically useless for upgrades. It barely covers daily casting. I looked at my remaining 250 crystals and gritted my teeth. Pulled the timber, stone, and refined iron back out of the warehouse and fed it to the 2 new buildings. Minus 25 crystals, minus 100 wood, minus 50 stone, minus 10 refined iron. Minutes later, iron ore, Tier 2. Function: holds up to 20 citizens. 300 units of iron ore per day. 1 upgrade, 100 to 300. I spent 950 on the mine and 25 on making it 3 times better, which tells you everything about which purchases in this world are actually worth anything, and why a man who owns a coupon generator is going to end up owning the planet. Ask me again when the first 1,000 refined iron comes out the other end. Steel-making furnace, Tier 2. Requires 5 citizens. Refines 300 iron ore into 150 refined iron per day. Better, slightly. But set that against what the Fire Seed and the special buildings want, and it's still nowhere near enough. This is the limitation of special buildings. The powerful features raise the Lord's ceiling, but the resources they need to upgrade are ridiculous. An ordinary lord simply couldn't afford them. That's the trap sitting under my whole empire. Blue Mountain and the Spartan Camp aren't gifts, they're mouths. I didn't buy buildings, I bought appetites at 99.9% off, and now I have to feed them at full price. Looks like the only solution is the Chaos Mall in the trading platform. In the mall, 1 crystal equals 1 refined iron. Even for me, that's a waste unless it's an emergency. So instead, I loosened the restrictions on refined iron trading at Huan Yu Shop and added raw iron ore to what I'll accept, hoping some lucky lord out there stumbles onto some. 30 villagers went into the iron mine carrying tools made by Blue Mountain, enthusiastically. 5 shirtless men fired up the furnace, and a thick plume of smoke went into the sky. Then I had nothing to do, so I went to inspect my territory. Fighting is out. A wise person does not stand under a dangerous wall. I'm the Lord. Managing the territory is my duty, which is true, and also, I have 0 combat training, 0 experience. Beyond good physical stats from leveling, I have no trump cards at all. If I walked into that forest, a venomous snake could kill me if I blinked wrong. And I have the Spartans. There's absolutely no need to take the risk myself. Lord, good afternoon. How lucky I am to live in the adult world. Thanks to the Lord, we have food and drink. My people are all extremely enthusiastic and proactive. The ones who weren't proactive have already been sent to the training camp for reformation. With most lords, it's a good day if the people eat enough. In Universal Town, the people eat meat. Every day. And I've never oppressed them, so loyalty runs high. Which is a nice thing to say and also a direct competitive advantage, and I know it, and that's exactly why the meat keeps coming. Ding! Blue Mountain Workshop. You have acquired an expert-level blacksmith. Another one? I was in the middle of racking my brain about refined iron, and the workshop just produced a second expert. Which is a happy problem. More experts means more high-grade equipment. It also means far more resources getting eaten. Blacksmith, Wei Feng. Rank, expert. Specialty, swords. Kuplenolin, 3% chance of becoming a saint blacksmith. 3%, higher than Chen Bao. I went into the workshop. Chen Bao was buried in a mountain of materials and did not notice me at all. The other 9 greeted me and immediately went back to work, and one relatively young guy with a striking presence was wiping a sword. Wei Feng, is this your work? 3 feet 8 inches, covered in wavy dark patterns, the whole thing gleaming with a cold light and looking extremely sharp.
Lord! He bowed and handed it over with both hands. The sword is named Cold Wave. I created it after gaining some insight when I was promoted to expert. I took it, swung it, and said, "What a fine sword." He nodded with honor and pride. I don't know anything about swords. I said the line because the stat panel popped up when I touched it. Cold Wave sword. Quality. Excellent. Crafted by expert-level blacksmith Wei Feng through a moment of enlightenment. Exceptionally sharp. Can cut through iron like mud. Active skill 1. Cold Wave slash. Infused with energy, produces a frost-like slash when swung. Active skill 2. Frost scales. The blade absorbs moisture, condensing it into scale-like ice crystals. When flung out, they scratch enemies and cause freezing. Passive. Cooling aura. Long-term wear makes the mind clear and thinking sharp. Note: an expert-level work by Wei Feng, possessing uniqueness. Unique. At mall prices, an excellent-grade unique longsword is over 100,000 soul crystals. Perfect grade territory. An apprentice got a promotion 4 hours ago and had an idea, and now there's a one-of-a-kind ice sword in my hand. I wish to present this sword to the Lord. Can I use it? I did a sword flourish, because honestly, the look, the weight, it's exactly my aesthetic, and I was tempted. But I'm not planning to fight. It'd be wasted on me. Wei Feng seemed to read my mind and smiled. The Cold Wave is too light and too small. It's unsuitable for Leonidas and his men. He pointed at a 5-foot sword blank beside him. Now that I'm expert level, with enough materials, I can forge better weapons for the Spartans. And with higher grade materials, Chen Bao and I could forge rare or even superior grade equipment. He didn't just hand me a gift. He handed me the only sword in the shop I could personally carry, explained why it was structurally useless to my army, and then told me what he could do if I fed him better. In that case, I'll accept it. I sheathed Cold Wave and patted his shoulder. Tell me what materials you need. And I look forward to the day you become a saint blacksmith. His eyes lit up. To forge global glory, Wei Feng has an inescapable duty. I walked outside with Cold Wave on my hip and got terrified by a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. A hill of dead, red-armored crocodiles 10 meters high. The blood running off it had formed an actual pool. Are the crocodiles around the territory all gone? I swallowed and walked toward my Spartans, who had come back drenched. Their crocodile armor was covered in scratches, and their whole bodies were wrapped in a faint, visible aura of blood, and with every breath they took, some of that blood and air went into them, slowly rebuilding their strength. The armor is eating the battlefield and feeding it back to them. Chen Bao did that, on purpose, in an afternoon. Lord, the biggest threat within 2 kilometers of the town has been eliminated. And Leonidas, fresh out of combat with the blood energy still on him, was radiating something menacing enough that gatherers trembled just walking past him. It didn't touch me. LV8 didn't just improve my body, it strengthened my resolve. I outrank his aura now. My monster doesn't scare me anymore. That's either progress or a warning sign, and I genuinely can't tell which. Leonidas, level 5. Everyone else, level 4. 62 crocodiles, 7 of them level 10 plus, and one of them was over 15 meters long. LV-17. The highest level thing I've ever seen. Flesh, claws, bones, skin, all high quality. Crafting materials. Chen Bao and Wei Feng took the whole pile straight into the workshop without asking. Did you discover anything else out there? Because here's what tipped me off. Normally, Leonidas dumps the bodies and goes straight back in without wasting a second of fighting time. This time, he had his men resting, in the territory, quietly waiting for me. He had something to say. We've discovered another race.
After we wiped out the crocodiles, a group of half-human, half-beast creatures tried to ambush us and steal our spoils. He waved, and a Spartan pulled 2 wolf-headed, gray-furred humanoids out of the corpse pile.
We easily drove them back and chased them to their territory.
It's very small, about the size of our village yesterday.
More than a dozen of them live inside, but their territory is protected by a strange energy. We can't get in.
How far?
Less than 3 kilometers.
No. Level 2. Potential, black iron, upgradable to level 9 only. Note, the gnolls are a distinct race, completely different from the werewolves of the Night Clan and the wolf-headed humans of the half-orcs. They typically live at the edges of forests, loose social structure, but they tend to live in groups. The gnolls have no feelings for other races. Their hunger is their driving force for slaughter. They're physically stronger than humans, claws and fangs as built-in weapons. Level for level, a gnoll's baseline is far above a human's, which is the whole reason the system gave us a 7-day handicap, and they ran into Spartans. Against Spartan combat skill and Spartan gear, their claws are children's toys. Like humans, do they get a protection period too? Ours is 7 days.
I wonder how many days a gnoll gets.
I squinted at that for a while. Those who are not of our kind will surely have different hearts. Besides, this neighbor doesn't seem like a peaceful person. If the Spartans hadn't been strong enough, our prey would have been stolen. If conditions permit, I wouldn't mind eliminating them as soon as possible. Letting them develop unchecked might cause trouble later. Leonidas, how many Spartans would it take to destroy the gnoll territory? I am enough, he pounded his chest. They're agile in the forest and they've got real strength, but they're no match for us. We walked around their village and the gnolls inside didn't dare step out. I nodded. I didn't think he was exaggerating. He's a hero unit with sanctuary potential. He absolutely has that in him. But I wasn't going to send him, because the protection period hasn't ended. Even with total superiority, you cannot kill them inside their shield. Sending Leonidas now is a complete waste of time. Kalen, Finian, Ludo, Declan. Kalen and Finian are infantry, the highest ranked of the 14, about to break LV5. Kieran and Declan are my only 2 ranged attackers. Together, the 4 of them put out tremendous power. The 4 of you will monitor the gnoll territory. I stroked my chin. I want you to keep the gnolls locked inside their territory. Never let them step out. Yes, Lord. Leonidas, from now on, all your fighting happens around the gnoll territory. We cut off their access to outside resources, and we attack the second their protection expires. Received, Lord. And his expression went grim, because he could see exactly how seriously I was taking this. And here's why. Gnolls aren't a match for me at this stage, but they move through forest far better than humans. And there's the check-in. Once a day, random, same as mine. What if the Gnoll Lord gets lucky and pulls something high grade? I found a 1.8 Crystal Spartan camp on day 1. I am the living proof that a single lucky check-in ends the conversation. I'm not besieging them because they're strong. I'm besieging them because I know exactly what one good morning can do. Now that they've been discovered, we suppress their development and nip it in the bud. Their shield says no one may enter. It doesn't say anything about leaving. So I'm not attacking them. I'm putting a lid on them and eating everything around them until the timer runs out. I listed the day's food, 42 units of fine, hundreds of common. Meat's a common commodity on the platform now. Lots of lords sell it. They still come to me. Because compared to rabbit and pheasant, Huan Yu Shop's ferocious wild monster meat is more popular, especially the fine crocodile meat, the kind that gives experience. That's become a favorite of the top lords specifically, and the Xuanji shop lord has already taken over 30 units of fine food, my single biggest food customer. She's still doing it. She's still buying my meat with her people's timber. She's ranked 7th on the planet, and functionally, she's my largest retail account. Morning Hall, 200 plus crystals from Spartan hunting, 300 plus from the shop, plus a mountain of materials, 730 crystals, 2,000 plus wood, 2,000 plus stone. Partly the labor of my people, mostly Huan Yu Shop. Refined iron, I could only get 80 units, still nothing. Upgrade Blue Mountain Workshop to Tier 2? Yes! Material shortage can be solved with money. Technological innovation can never come too early. Minus 50 crystals, minus 700 wood. minus 200 stone, minus 50 refined iron. Nearly an hour of golden light. Blue Mountain Workshop, Tier 2. Function, adds 10 new blacksmith apprentices, 100% chance to reach expert, approximately 15% chance of master, approximately 0.2% chance of saint. Blacksmith forging success rate and production efficiency doubled. For every 15 soul crystals, a resident can be transformed into a blacksmith. 10 more apprentices, double output, and the saint odds doubled across the board. I'm not buying production. I'm buying lottery tickets with better odds, 20 at a time, and one of them is eventually going to hand me something that transcends the limits of the material. The only embarrassing part, my resource acquisition can barely keep up with my own territory. Most lords right now have a total population under 20. I have 15 Spartans, 20 blacksmiths, and 131 people total. My daily expenses and income are staggering by comparison, and I'm aware of my own limits. My focus is entirely on the training camp, the workshop, and the shop, which means the majority of my population, the ordinary citizens, are almost entirely left to their own devices. That productivity is not being used. Don't underestimate ordinary citizens. Under normal circumstances, a territory relies on them to run at all. I have tailors, carpenters, cooks, clothing, food, housing, transport, every aspect of actually living somewhere. But I moved too fast. I didn't realize their value at all. I bought 100 people for 50 crystals and then forgot they were people because I was busy buying a factory. That's going to matter later. I can feel it. Warehouse, 156 sets, growing at twice the morning's rate, plus 2 fine leather armors and 3 fine longswords, each of those 5 worth hundreds of crystals on its own. I could already picture the feeding frenzy. The trading platform rankings have stabilized into one dominant player and several strong ones. Murayama and Bauhinia have been shoved out of the top 20. Kunshan tried a price war at lunch, and by dinner he isn't in the top 20. He didn't lose to a strategy. He lost to a warehouse. Number 2. Lord. Garrett. The snake tongue grass guy? Turns out he found a whole patch of it at the edge of his territory. Over 100 units listed, priced under them all, and he's made a fortune. Number 3. Mei Gen Shop. Same business as mine. Meat. And the quantity is no less than mine. Wolf meat and feather deer meat, plus materials from both. I looked both monsters up, grassland creatures. Reviews comparable to the red armored crocodile. So Mei Gen's territory is on grassland, and he has serious strength. Nobody kills that much at this stage without it. There's a second me out there. Different biome, same idea, and he's doing it without a discount artifact. I bought some wolf and feather deer meat, partly to change things up, mostly because feather deer feathers are described as good arrow material and Blue Mountain is hungry. Cleared out every material in his shop. 126 soul crystals. And before I'd even left his store. Trading platform. Mei Gen Chamber of Commerce will refund the 126 soul crystals you paid. Note attached. Can we be friends, Lord Wanyu? What? At this stage, is it worth throwing away 126 soul crystals just to send yourself a friend request? Interesting. Lord Mei Gen, you have successfully piqued my curiosity. Everyone else spent today begging me in the World Channel, insulting me, moral blackmailing me. 999 of them, cleared with one click, twice. This guy just quietly refunded a fortune and asked a question. I didn't leave the platform. 126 crystals is still real money right now, but I haven't stooped so low as to covet it. I am a man of principle. The other party has expressed sincerity. There's no need to make things difficult over money. It's just a friend slot. It's given. The other person has accepted your friend request. You can chat now. Note, there are no restrictions on chatting with friends. Please be wary of scams. And then, without asking what he wanted, I transferred the 126 crystals right back to him. I don't like owing people anything. My principle in dealing with people? Don't make friends through small favors. People greedy for small gains often suffer big losses. He seemed surprised. It took him a while to accept it. Then he sent me a question. Ask me again when I find out what a man pays 126 crystals to ask. Lord Huanyu, I see you seem to be collecting refined iron. That got my attention immediately. How does he know that? I didn't answer. I waited. I noticed Huanyu Shop adjusted the trading ratio on refined iron and added iron ore to your accepted goods, so I wondered if you were short. I see. This lord is a very meticulous person. Nobody else on the continent read my terms and conditions. 900 people read my ad. One read my fine print and reverse engineered my bottleneck from a barter table. If there's an opportunity later, perhaps we can have in-depth cooperation. He went silent. So I smiled and asked calmly, "Do you have a way to obtain refined iron?" Because he obviously does. You don't raise that question otherwise. The silence was him waiting to see how I'd react. I don't believe he'd bow and submit just because of the strength I've shown. "There's a large iron mine not far from my territory." Large iron ore deposits are rare, high-grade resources, output several times my ordinary mine. What do you need? That mine sits between me and a dwarf territory. Dwarves have higher base stats than humans, and they currently occupy it. I want to join forces with you to deal with them. Join forces? Territory levels are far too low. The teleport function is practically non-existent. I couldn't send a man there if I wanted to. He doesn't want soldiers. He wants my equipment. Even if I provide the equipment, how can you guarantee you can beat the dwarves? And how do you gain my trust? Long silence. Long enough that I started thinking I'd been played. Notice from the fire. Human Lord Mei Jin has consumed one contract scroll to initiate a contract request with you. A blurred scroll appeared in front of me. Contract scroll? Those are rare quality at minimum. Over 1,000 soul crystals. I wouldn't dare spend money on one of those right now. Where did Lord Mei Jin get that? Lord Mei Jin has sent a message. I can't guarantee I'll beat the dwarves and take the mine, but with the contract scroll, you shouldn't have to worry about me lying to you, right? However, I must remind you, those dwarves are quite strong, and I'm not very confident. Now understand what he just did. A used scroll cannot be recycled, which means if I don't sign, Mei Jin instantly loses at least 1,000 soul crystals. At this stage, no lord alive would accept that. From that day on, the two of us would be mortal enemies. He put 1,000 crystals on the table in front of the richest man on the planet and made it so his own ruin was one click away, purely so I'd know he wasn't lying. And then, at the last possible second, he warned me the deal might not work. He seems to be a decent person. The terms. I provide 22 sets of common leather armor and 22 offensive weapons, knives, swords, spears, longbows. If he takes the mine, he gives me half its daily output, free. If either party breaches, all assets of the defaulting party, population, equipment, special buildings, transfer to the other. And in the lower right corner, the signature, Mei Jin. So it really is called Mei Jin. It's unbelievable that someone would choose such a name. Contract scrolls can only be signed with your real name. I just found that out, which means for 2 days, that man has been running the third biggest shop in the world under his government name, and I assumed it was a brand. 40-odd pieces of equipment. I read every clause carefully and signed. Consider it venture capital. I can afford to lose 40 pieces of equipment. If Mei Jin takes a large iron mine, the future profits far exceed that. And even if he fails, befriending a lord like him seems like a good thing. The scroll dissolved into light, and I felt a new constraint settle onto me. Real. If I break this, everything I own goes to him. Lord Liang Wei, it's a pleasure to cooperate with you. It's a pleasure doing business with you. How did you get the contract scroll? Yesterday's check-in. It's rare, but it's not very helpful to me at this stage. The rarest item in his possession, worth more than his whole territory, and its only use was buying a conversation with me. And with cooperation established, he got much more enthusiastic. To be honest, those dwarves are a great threat to me. For me, the significance of crushing them is no less than taking the mine. And he's right. Dwarves are naturally skilled at crafting equipment. With a large iron mine, that territory grows into a behemoth. Sooner or later, they eliminate everything around them, including Mei Jin. What do you need? Just whatever leather armor, swords, and weapons you can spare. If you have a good longbow, please be sure to give it to me. No problem. A decent longbow. We can just have Blue Mountain rush one out. A lone plume of smoke rising over a grassland and a setting sun over a long river. It's beautiful. Genuinely, the green carpet, the smoke, the river in the distance, the sky ablaze with sunset. Mei Jin had no heart to appreciate any of it, because that plume of smoke is a warning.
The dwarves have already built steel furnaces next to the large iron mine. She stood on her castle roof holding a blue mountain longbow, tall, extremely beautiful, and with enough indifference in her eyes to read as cold. A breeze lifted the corner of her robe, traditional archery uniform, cinched at the waist. She. Shaoli! A vulture circled the edge of her territory and dropped onto the animal remains on the ground. Mei Jin raised her eyelids, drew, and shot. The vulture was alert, wings still half open. It tried to get airborne. The arrow took it through the eye. It was dead before it landed. Lord, you are mighty! 20+ citizens below the castle, armed with various weapons, shouting. Only 4 or 5 of the higher-ranked ones carry actual Blue Mountain gear. The rest are holding wooden sticks. It looks shabby. Their morale is enormous, and the way they look at her is awe and worship. She put the bow away and watched her people drag the vulture in. Level 4 vulture, 2 soul crystals, 4 units of meat. A few dozen experience, still away from LV7. And if I knew that Lord Mei Jin was LV6, I'd have been absolutely stunned. Because I'm LV8, with 15 Spartans feeding me kills all day and a 2,000-point lump sum from the Chaos Mall. Her 21 residents are all ordinary citizens with black iron potential. There's only one way she's at LV6. She earned every point of it herself. Because a lord's own kills aren't shared with the people, that's all her. Her luck was incredible on day 1, a contract scroll. Day 2, she inherited none of it. She got 10 more ordinary citizens. So she took ordinary citizens and trained them into a militia. Her 21 people are no longer villagers who won't leave the fence. They follow her out to hunt flower wolves and feather deer. They've all seen blood. And through her own intelligence and fighting ability, she has kept every single citizen alive and pulled all 21 up to LV3 or above. Her style is the complete opposite of mine. Always the first into the fight. Exceptional martial skill. And her bow is almost never wrong, so her people trust her with fervor. I hide in a castle and let 5 naked men generate my abs. She's at the front every time, personally dragging a village of stick-wielding farmers up the ladder by hand. We are running the same business with opposite souls, but her people are only good at killing ordinary wild monsters. Against dwarves, it's not enough. Not close. She ambushed and killed one herself once, and the dwarf's physique put serious pressure on her. 7 arrows hit. One of them went into its eye. It ripped the arrow out and still had considerable mobility. If she hadn't kited it until it bled out and exhausted itself, she might not have killed it at all. 7 arrows, 1 through the eye, and it kept coming. That's what she's asking me for gear against. And now that black smoke means that after tonight, the dwarves get decent weapons on top of that. Her only hope is how much Liang Wei is willing to give. Ding! Your friend Lord Huan Yu has provided a batch of equipment as required by the contract. She checked it, and her indifferent expression collapsed. Brows unfurrowing, face going to surprise and excitement, a little out of control. Lord Huan Yu provides 1 times red crocodile armor, excellent. 1 times iron-framed bow, excellent. 50 times poison fang arrows, excellent. 21 times leather armor, common. 5 times spears. 5 times longbows. 44 sets, as agreed. Plus a custom high-quality bow I had Blue Mountain rush out in under an hour. Plus 50 excellent-grade poison arrows. 1 set of red crocodile armor is worth roughly the entire 44 sets of common gear by itself. She'd expected me to send a longbow slightly better than her current one, and to feel generous about it. By price alone, this shipment far exceeds the value of the contract scroll she burned to get my attention. Iron-framed bow, quality, excellent. Blue Mountain Workshop, forged with a large amount of refined iron. Ordinary in appearance, but possessing astonishing destructive power, provided you have the strength to draw it. Skill, none. Note, though it lacks special skills, arrows from the iron-framed bow can pierce most high-quality armor. Liang Wei's comment. The equipment was rushed out. I hope it meets your needs. She picked it up. Entirely black, not especially well made, ordinary looking, and heavy. Even with her body strengthened multiple times over, she wasn't sure she could hold a draw on it for long. Hastily produced equipment? Has Liang Wei's territory developed to this extent? Less than an hour after signing, and he produced a high-quality longbow? Poison fang arrows, 50. Quality, excellent. Each arrow is forged with extremely potent toxins, causing instant death on contact with blood.
Without a high-quality antidote, any creature below level 20 struck by one will die instantly. Note: arrows can be retrieved. Toxicity is reduced after retrieval. Against dwarves with abnormal constitutions, this is exactly the answer.
She had to put 7 arrows and an eye shot into one dwarf and then run it around a field until it bled to death. Now, anything under level 20 that she scratches simply stops. She clutched the bow and arrows and her eyes sparkled. Looks like I found a great partner. Thank you. The equipment has been a great help. May you achieve great success. Chat closed. Warehouse. 380 sets. 7 of them excellent. And that's with the workshop pausing production to rush a custom bow for a woman I've never met. The lords must be getting impatient. I didn't advertise this time. Huan Yu shop is now the most famous lord shop in the human faction. Countless eyes are on it every moment. There's no need to promote anything anymore. I listed all 380 and got 99 plus transaction notifications before I could leave the shop. 1,800 plus crystals, still climbing fast. 5,000 tonight is genuinely possible. Then I noticed the warehouse was low on wood and stone, and I looked at Xuanji's shop. 6,000 plus timber, 3,000 plus stone. 2 materials few lords need. Her top 20 ranking is entirely a price advantage. I emptied her entire inventory for 900 soul crystals, and that single purchase shot Xuanji's shop straight to number 2 on the trading platform. In Xuanji Town, Mei Ling was enjoying the delight of having just upgraded her territory when a notification told her 900 soul crystals had landed in her account. She put down her jerky, rubbed her eyes, blinked, read it several times to be sure she wasn't dreaming. 900 soul crystals? She jumped up. The boss is so generous. Boss is awesome. Lord Huan Yu, I love you. Then she sat back down on the castle bed, face flushed, and didn't know what to do with herself. Let's check if there's anything to buy at Huan Yu's shop. It's only fair to reciprocate. She chewed on the crocodile jerky her people had carefully prepared, meat she bought from me, and clicked into my shop to give me the money back. Red armored crocodile pet egg, fine, 100 crystals, quantity 1. This was listed yesterday and it still hasn't sold? I wonder if a red armored crocodile is cute. If it is, maybe I could keep it as a pet. Ma'am, it is a 15-meter armored river monster whose species killed 2 warriors belonging to a man in the World Channel this morning. She skipped the egg, swallowed hard at the meat section. Then her expression froze. Red crocodile armor. Excellent. Independently developed by Huan Yu territory, listed in the Chaos Mall. Price, 750 crystals. Quantity, 2. Learning score, excellent. Outperforms Chaos Mall swords in the same price range. Price, 480. Quantity, 3. Longsword, excellent. Price, 480. Quantity, 2. Leather armor, common. Price, 35. Quantity, 60. And the meat in her mouth stopped tasting good. She now felt that Lord Huan Yu's thighs smelled even better. So much equipment. How much would that cost? She casually bought a nice-looking sword, then sat on the bed feeling conflicted. Because the 900 crystals and the snacks in her hand had gone tasteless. 2 days in this world, and she's seen no ferocious monsters near her territory. And she's checked in 200 people across 2 days. 2 of them were professional village chiefs who run the place on her behalf. So she has lived an exceptionally comfortable life. And now she's seen the gap. The territory is very safe. But don't forget, after the 7-day protection ends, there's the Lord assessment. What will she use to deal with that? 200 ordinary citizens at LV1 and LV2? She waved her little fist to psych herself up. Struggle. I will fight. Striving must be exhausting. Her fighting spirit lasted less than 3 seconds before being crushed by her own laziness. She spread out on the bed in a big X shape, face full of struggle. I wonder if the big shot needs any accessories on his legs. Her plan for surviving a divine assessment in 5 days is corporate acquisition of herself. And the terrible part? Given what her timber has already bought me, she might be the smartest lord in the top 10. I upgraded the nearly full warehouse. Warehouse, Tier 2. Stores 50,000 wood,
20,000 stone, 5,000 refined iron. Tier 3. Fire seed is getting close. Holy crap, there's excellent quality equipment? My god, I've never touched a common piece of equipment, let alone an excellent one. Over 700 crystals. Too expensive. Best admired from afar, not touched. Over 300 pieces. Lord Huanu is truly awesome. They're selling so fast, the common gear is almost gone. Because Blue Mountain's standard kit is far better than Chaos Mall products at the same price, and the simple weapons are priced absurdly low. For lords at this stage, it's unbeatable value. The excellent gear, though, sits. I'm so envious of that red crocodile armor. It's practically a lifesaver. Stop looking. Right now, apart from Lord Garrett and Mei Jin in the second tier, no lord can afford it. How did Xuanji shop suddenly hit number 2? Yeah, the cost is too high. Not worth it at this stage. Lord Huanu listed them just to show off his power. He's jealous and resentful. Brothers, apart from the 7 excellent pieces, everything else is sold out. Holy crap, less than a minute. That's terrifying. Ugh, missed again. Every time I click something, it says someone already bought it. How do you guys train your reflexes? Attention who missed out. Search Aofeng Shop on the trading platform. There are 2 Huanyu longswords available there. First come, first served. Damn, upstairs is shameless. Scalpers are truly ubiquitous. Holy crap, this guy's charging several times the Huanyu shop price. There are actually lords who dare to use my equipment to fleece other lords? I raised an eyebrow and blocked every scalper. Since that's the case, you can forget about buying from Huanyu shop ever again. 2 days ago, I owned a shed, a chair, and 10 crystals. Points, I've got a factory, a mine, a butler, a castle, an ice sword, a brand stamped into the God Store's own catalog, and the first supply chain on Chaos Continent. And my competitors have already stopped competing on price and started competing on who gets to resell me. There's a woman on a grassland about to shoot a dwarf with my arrows. And in 5 days, something called the assessment arrives for every lord on this planet. Ask me again when the smoke over the iron mine stops. The trading area calmed down. The World Channel did not. A lot of lords are going to have trouble sleeping tonight because of my shop, and I find that acceptable. Evening. Leonidas came home with 14 men. They'd hauled corpses back 3 separate times already, and the wasteland in my territory was still piled with bodies. A dozen gatherers worked all day and are now averaging LV4. They're nearly caught up with the Spartans who've been fighting all day. Not really. The experience curves aren't comparable. 1 Spartan reaching level 5 costs roughly what 10 gatherers reaching level 5 costs. And me and Leonidas? Far worse. Otherwise, a man sharing experience with 131 people wouldn't still be stuck at 8. Over 50 monsters today, 650 units of food, reef for nearly 100 sets of equipment. My resource engine is accelerating. Tier 3 isn't far. Other lords can hardly match this speed. For me, the assessment in 7 days is practically a guaranteed win. After all, if even I couldn't pass it, then after 7 days, there'd be very few of the billions of human lords left. 10 warriors to the camp to rest. Leonidas came to the castle alone. Leonidas, LV6. All 14, LV5. He arrived looking travel-worn, so I fed him first and sat quietly in the main seat and waited. Thank you, Lord. He wolfed it down, then reported. As ordered, we fought while scouting. No unusual activity in Knoll territory, but we discovered traces of hundreds of megalodons migrating in the northeast. The group is huge, and some of them put more pressure on me than that LV-17 red-armored crocodile. I frowned. Because the giant lizard is a grassland creature, they aren't adapted to forest. The one Leonidas killed yesterday, I wrote off as a coincidence. It wasn't. They were forced out. The most likely irresistible force is the rise of a considerable power on the grasslands. I pinched my brow. It's been 2 days. Yesterday, 1 lizard in the forest. Today, signs of mass migration. Which tells me 2 things. 1, the grasslands are not far from here. 2, there's a new force on them, strong enough to drive out hundreds of megalodons. That's a very dangerous sign, and Leonidas, a sanctuary potential hero unit, felt pressure from several of them. meaning some of those lizards are stronger than he is. The gnolls are a fishbone in my throat 3 kilometers out, and now there's something on the grassland that may be my equal. Nobody's attacked me. Nobody's even seen me. All I've got is lizards running the wrong way, and it's enough to tell me somebody out there is doing to the grassland what I'm doing to this forest. Leonidas, how many Spartans can you command now? He considered it carefully. If I perfectly utilize my command ability, 20. If necessary, up to 40. 40. I'll send you more men tomorrow. Because 10 crystals turns an ordinary citizen into a Spartan warrior, and after what I made yesterday, that is an absurdly good deal. Now that we've found the lizards, tomorrow you wipe them out. Remember, the most important thing is to level up safely. Don't be reckless. If you're not confident, don't provoke the ones that pressure you. Yes, Lord. Rest tonight. Contact Finian tomorrow. Don't drop your guard on the gnolls either. I stood on the balcony. The purple moon was still the brightest thing up there, but dimmer than yesterday, and the crimson one looked brighter than yesterday. Crimson-purple light spilled over the forest, and the wind moved through the layered canopy until the whole thing looked like a dreamlike, mysterious ocean. The moons are changing. Nobody has told me what that means. Nobody's going to. I was full of energy, no sleepiness at all. I just waited for day 3. Morning. Commotion outside. Butler, servants, wash, breakfast. Check-in successful. Congratulations, Lord. You have acquired livestock. 10 hyena lambs. Quality. Average. Ordinary livestock. Naturally grows for 1 month. Tender meat. Each adult provides 10 units of food. 1 month. I pursed my lips. This is how the vast majority of lords check in. This is the normal experience. Sweet potatoes yesterday, sheep today. What I have in abundance right now is food. The universe keeps handing me farming simulator rewards while I run an arms cartel. Let's see what surprises the discount artifact has for me today. Regular militia, 20, 70% off. Originally 600 to 180. I can afford it, but it doesn't seem necessary. 600 crystals trains 60 Spartans. Next. Jerome, a hero with extraordinary potential, 90% off. Originally 2,200,000 to 220,000. A hero unit at 90% off. I clicked my tongue. I've watched what Leonidas does. I was extremely interested, and 220,000 strangled that interest in its crib. Pity. It would be even better if the discount were a little lower. I looked at a 90% discount on a demigod and thought, not enough. I have been the beneficiary of a decimal point stroke exactly once, and it has completely destroyed my relationship with value. Epic Skill Scroll, Wind and Fire Annihilation. One-time use. Unleashes the sacred spell across an area of 100 square kilometers. Originally 6,400,000 to now 1,280,000. Quantity, 1. 1 scroll could erase an entire city. I was extremely envious. That's a strategic weapon at this stage. The truth of truths. With that, the grassland force stops mattering. Find their location, throw it, and they never even learn what happened. Everyone goes to heaven on the spot. Can't afford it. Perfect quality pet egg, flame sparrow, 99.9% off. Hatches a magical creature with diamond potential, level 49. Originally 160,000 each to now 1,600. Quantity 20. I can afford that, but it's not necessary either. Same logic as the militia, that money in the Spartan camp buys more Spartans, and every Spartan has diamond potential too. Skip. Next. Special Building Blueprint, Shulan Barracks. Excellent grade. The main troop type of the Shulan Duchy in a parallel world spawns a certain number of Shulan warriors daily. Shulan warriors have bronze potential, LV19, with a chance of spawning warrior units, 7,800 to now 780. Quantity, 2. Now I hesitated. Bronze potential warriors, generated free daily. That's real value at this stage. But not much. By my estimate, a Shulan warrior is at most on par with an ordinary gnoll. In a fight, they could only support the Spartans. No way around it. The racial stats are there. Humans are inherently at a disadvantage. Even with far higher potential, one-on-one against a gnoll, a Shulan warrior doesn't have much of an advantage. Buy or not? I kept scrolling. Extraordinary Profession Scroll, 90% off. Yan Xingjun Elite Squad, 70% off. Epic Dragon Blood Potion, 99.9% off. And then I saw something at 0.0001%. A legendary artifact. Highest graded item on the list. And then, above even that, mythical grade items start at 1 billion. There's a mythical piece of equipment called the Magic Furnace. 5.6 billion soul crystals. At its discount, 56,000. 56,000. I could get there. If I ground hard for a few days, I could actually afford it. But the list refreshes tomorrow, and the Magic Furnace will not be on it. I looked at the 5,000 plus crystals in my account, and my heart bled. Mythical grade equipment, sitting right there.
Priced at a number I can genuinely reach, just not today. In the end, we still missed each other. That's the discount artifact in one line. It doesn't withhold miracles from me. It shows me the miracle, prices it at something I could almost touch, and then sets it on fire at midnight. After the Magic Furnace, my interest in everything else collapsed. Nothing else came close to the Blue Mountain or Spartan Camp finds, which left Shulan Barracks as, honestly, the most useful thing on the list. Buy or not? So I reevaluated everything. Refined iron. Progress. I gave Mei-Jin the maximum possible help. If that doesn't crack the dwarves, I abandon that route and find another. Gnolls. Trapped in their territory. Threat steadily decreasing. Grassland Force. Potential threat, but nothing to rush. Which leaves the real priority. Tier 3 Fire Seed. Territory expands again. Overall strength jumps a tier. Most lords' territories are still a village. They and their people struggle to survive. Only a very few have reached town, and their strength isn't high either. Compared to them, in units and in resources, I am way ahead. Units and resources? And it hit me. I can profit from the price difference. Many things on the discount list are not helpful to me, but to other lords, they're things they desperately want. Take the Shulan Barracks. I look down on a bronze potential warrior, but to the vast majority of lords, that barracks is a rare treasure. And the assessment is in 4 days. That's the great challenge facing almost every lord alive, and no lord wants to be eliminated, because elimination means death. So for these 7 days, they will do anything, at the cost of everything, to strengthen their territory. And compared to leading ordinary citizens out to fight wild monsters, buying supplies looks like a much better plan, provided you have the crystals. In the Chaos Mall, a militia camp blueprint is 1,000 crystals. A militia member is 30. That's not cheap. I can offer them a better price. I buy what's useless to me and precious to them. I list it in Huan Yu Shop, under mall price. Example, 780 crystals for the Shulan Barracks blueprint, listed at 3,900, half the mall price, with barter options. No lord alive can resist that, because buying from me saves them half, and I net 3,120 crystals and do them a favor. Even if I were ruthless and only offered 30% off, they'd still be clamoring. This benefits both myself and others. I save the lords enormous resources, and, to some extent, I boost the development of the entire human faction. That's true. Every word of it is true. It's also true that I have just invented arbitrage on day 3 of an apocalypse, positioned myself as the sole distributor between a god's warehouse and a dying species, and correctly identified that my customer's deadline is death. The only limit is that purchasing power is low right now. Those 7 excellent pieces have hung in my shop all night with no takers. That's not the equipment's fault. The lords are simply poor. But as they develop, Huan Yu Shop's full catalog is a success, sooner or later. Confirm 1,560 crystals for Shulan Barracks blueprints times 2? Yes. Pay 180 crystals for 20. Regular militia? Yes. Pay 1,600 crystals for Flame Sparrow pet egg times 1? Yes. Over 3,500 crystals, and I cleared out every food item at 70% off or better, plus all the low-grade equipment. Even a small fly is still meat. As an excellent lord who manages his household frugally, I never miss an opportunity to take advantage of the Chaos Mall. From now on, the Chaos Mall is my wholesale market. I'm definitely going to be a middleman. The God Store is now my supplier, and it doesn't know. World Channel. Everything I listed last night, except the excellent gear, sold out overnight. Even the food icons have gone gray. Not one unit left. This is the head effect. Food is common on the platform now. They still come to me because of the name.
I just went on a spending spree, and I only have 2,394 left. But I've got materials. 1,860 wood, 854 stone, 90 refined iron, 120 iron ore. It seems the fire seed is almost at tier 3. Since everyone has been so supportive, I should give back in return. Flame sparrow egg, bought at 1,600, listed at 50,000. Nobody can afford it. That's fine. If I cared about short-term profit, I wouldn't have become a middleman. I had my eye on the perfect grade. This is a gimmick. At this stage, besides me, which lord can offer a perfect quality item? He's not selling the egg. He's hanging it in the window. It's a 50,000 crystal sign that says this shop is the only place on the continent where a thing like this exists. Shulon Barracks, bought at 780, listed at 2,500. Both sets together. Price that low entirely in consideration of what lords can currently afford. I'd calculated I could charge 3,900 and they'd still buy. I charged 2,500. The discounted equipment, dozens of common sets and 8 excellent, goes at 70% of my previous prices, specifically so I don't wreck my own price structure. And the food goes at half mall price, Gus free. Goodness gracious, I was so scared by the beast roars I couldn't sleep all night. I was just getting drowsy when I habitually checked Huan Yu's shop and instantly woke up. Guys, am I still dreaming? What am I looking at? Lord Huan Yu, please don't scare people this early in the morning. Category: North, the boss is invincible. Perfect quality. It's actually perfect quality. I'm speechless. Does this pro need an accessory for their waist? It feels like a car ran over my face. But also, could we be friends, Huan Yu? Ask me again when the lords find out where I'm buying it all from. Is the Chaos Mall owned by Lord Huan Yu? Where does he get so many cheap items? I'm curious too. Are we even trying to survive? Where is he getting these resources? He's treating us like his own son. Such a high price. Who can afford it? It's bullying. If he can't use it himself, can't he at least give it to us struggling lords? To the guy upstairs, go compare prices at the Chaos Mall yourself. Huan Yu's prices are already very reasonable. Curiosity, praise, envy, and jealousy. But given the real price difference, the resentful ones get buried by other lords within seconds. My customers defend me now. I don't have to say a word. The ones who should be blocked still get blocked. I won't tolerate anyone. The shelves went gray at an alarming rate. Even a low-priced, excellent-grade battle axe got taken by somebody named Lord Lan Chuan. Within minutes, almost everything was sold out. Only the flame sparrow egg, the Shulon barracks, and the crocodile armor were still lit. I slept in a little and missed so much. Sob, sob. Spotted Lord Xuanji upstairs. Slow down, everyone. I haven't finished reading the listings, and there's nothing left to buy. Who browses anymore? After the last 2 times, I just click and buy instantly. You can't go wrong with anything from Huan Yu's shop. I've learned something new. Will the top player upload more gear today? I'll give it a try. I have to work hard today, or I won't even get a sip of the big boss's leftovers. They've stopped evaluating my products. They just buy now. My brand has replaced their judgment. And it took 2 days. In the canyon, Wang Ming's face went dark as he closed the blacklist notification from Huan Yu's shop. Then he opened the World channel, and it got darker, because everyone is talking about the man who just blocked him. He was about to spend 10 crystals to publicly vent. Spark notification. Your resident, Yan Xingjun number 3, has increased his potential and become a warrior. A warrior! We lost 10 Yan Xingjun soldiers, but finally one broke through. The gloom vanished. He jumped up, because after day 1, Wang Ming genuinely thought he was about to reach the pinnacle. Then reality slapped him. He lost 2 men in his first fight. On the way home the first day, wild monsters ambushed them, and one of Yan Xingjun's men got bitten through the neck, saving him, and the blood sprayed across Wang Ming's face. The bodies, the stench. Wang Ming was so frightened he lost control of his bladder. They haven't stepped outside their territory once in 2 days. And while cowering at home, he spent all of yesterday getting provoked by me and thinking about how pathetic he looked and feeling resentful.
If it weren't for that accident costing me half of Yanxingjun, I should be the focus of the World Channel right now. He hurried down to the first floor, where a Yanxingjun soldier was standing next to the fire in the lobby, doing something unknown. "Lord," bowing respectfully, "you're the newly born warrior?" "Yes, sir. My name is Yan." "Yes, I know." Wang Ming waved him off, using a deliberately authoritative tone. "Do a good job, understand? You need to bring back at least 100 units of food today." "Yes." And the warrior lowered his waist knife into a very humble posture. Wang Ming nodded, turned, and went upstairs. And after his figure disappeared around the corner, the brave warrior straightened up. His scarlet eyes revealed no emotion at all, and the words "World Blue Mountain" were clearly engraved on the saber at his waist. I don't know what that is. Neither does Wang Ming. Wang Ming is upstairs, feeling authoritative. Dawn. I put on a cloak my tailors made and walked out. The blacksmiths were up before me. Everything the gatherers collected last night was already inside Blue Mountain, and the whole building was ringing with dense, metallic clanging, which sounds beautiful to me, because it's new equipment. 10 new residents, 6 farmers, 3 gatherers, and a village chief? An elderly man, which surprised me. I'd never seen an old person come out of the fire before. Citizen 133, potential, black iron. Basic profession, village chief. Introduction. With his rich experience, the village chief can lead the villagers to complete tasks such as farming, felling trees, breaking stones, and raising livestock. Good. Someone to handle the ordinary citizens, the exact thing I identified yesterday as my biggest waste. I gave him a kind smile, and he was flattered, his already bent back bending further, face beaming with honor. "Don't be shy," I patted his shoulder. "You're in charge of the ordinary citizens from now on. Any questions or needs, come to me." "Rest assured, Lord." "I will work with everyone to build your territory into a paradise." Paradise? I neither confirmed nor denied the claim. "Sir, this morning I bought a barracks to resell at a 220% markup to people who will die in 4 days without it. Please lower your expectations." Then 30 citizens into the Spartan camp, minus 300 soul crystals. Tier 2 gives 10 free slots, extras cost 10 each, and 10 of these citizens are LV2, which costs double, but the resulting Spartan keeps his level, so the surcharge is really a head start. I have plenty of crystals left. I wanted more Spartans. I put it on hold. The territory is only so big. The nearby hunting range can support about 40. It's nearing capacity. Too many, and you get too many monks and not enough meat. And to send them further out, I'd need a hero unit to command them and a reliable way to pass information. I have neither. The Spartans are strong. They are not invincible. This is a world with extraordinary powers. The gap between units of different potential and level is very obvious. 3 days in, and the thing keeping my army small isn't money. It's that I have no way to talk to them once they're out of sight. The camp doors opened, and 30 bodybuilders filed out in 3 rows, pounded their pectorals, and saluted. "Sparta!" 10 with secondary professions, 6 javelin throwers, 3 longbowmen, and 1 singer? Killian, potential, diamond, class, infantry warrior, skills, Sparta combat techniques, Sparta battle formations, Sparta war song. Secondary profession, Sparta singer. Motto, when the song begins, it's time for our enemies to flee in disarray. Well-developed muscles, rugged face, absolutely nothing about him, says singer. Sparta war song, excellent skill. Killian's singing will inspire the Spartan warriors, making their teamwork even better in the high-energy rhythm. An excellent grade skill, off a random roll. Is this the legendary man who brings his own background music to a battle? I was curious. I ordered a demonstration. Killian picked up a sword and shield, and his expression went fierce, like a crowd of enemies had appeared in front of him. Clang, 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 sword on shield, over and over. Then he made an attacking motion and spoke, "Roar!" A powerful roar. It wasn't pleasant. It hit you like a jolt of electricity. The ordinary citizens nearby got frightened. One of them stood there dumbfounded and didn't notice his hoe hit the ground.
The Spartans did the opposite. They grabbed pre-positioned weapons and, with Leonidas at the point, snapped into a triangular formation. And Killian started chanting, incomprehensible syllables, one at a time, extremely rhythmic. And I could not connect it with singing at all. It sounded like commands, like 1-2-1, like attention. And in that song, 38 Spartans became one thing. Spears passing, swords drawing, neat, rhythmic, formation changes flowing. Every man a gear, meshing into a whole. And as Killian's pace quickened, they moved faster. It looks flashy, and I noticed, keenly, that the dazzle conceals countless deadly traps. If a group of enemies charged into that right now, they'd be torn to shreds instantly by the overwhelming geometry of it. The song stopped. The offensive stopped with it. Clap. Clap.
Clap. Excellent, Killian. With you, Battle Song, the Spartans will be unstoppable. I've been quietly disappointed that 30 rolls produced no hero unit. Killian erased that regret. I could hardly imagine how terrifying a group of Spartans would be, berserk, killing in perfect unison, chanting a war song. Pain immunity, fatigue immunity, loss of self, armor that heals them while they rage, and now a man who makes them synchronized. Leonidas took 40 men into the forest, and the ordinary citizens didn't need me at all. The village chief had them working in orderly fashion, building my territory together. Inside Blue Mountain, 18 apprentices under Chen Bao and Wei Fong had split into 2 divisions, armor and shields on one side, offensive weapons on the other, the whole building bustling. Then back to the castle, where my friends list was stacked with notifications. Mei Jin's fight was over. Lord Liang Wei, I have good news. With your help, after a night of fighting, I have captured the large iron mine. It can hold 50 miners and extract up to 5,000 units of iron ore per day. 5,000 a day? My ordinary mine does 300. Fully utilized, that's 2,500 refined iron daily. Even half of that solves my entire bottleneck forever. Then I scrolled down and my brows pulled together. Yesterday's battle with the dwarves cost me 6 of my people. I only have 24 residents now. I can mine at most 2,400 units per day. Also, one of the dwarves destroyed their steel furnace before he died. I just bought a steelmaking furnace and don't have the resources to increase my population. So, I may not be able to supply you with much ore for the next few days. 6 of her people. She had 21. She'd kept every single one alive for 2 days by personally standing at the front. She lost 6 taking a mine, and 4/5 of what it produces was already promised to me. And a dying dwarf wrecked his own furnace on the way out, purely so nobody else could have it. So now I have the iron and a productivity problem. If that mine were in my territory, no issue. I've got 141 people, plenty to mine. But Mei Jin is far away. I cannot send support. But to keep my early development from stalling, I must acquire all the refined iron. I'll give you 500 soul crystals. Use them to buy followers. My condition: you supply me 3,500 ones of iron ore daily until the protection period ends. What do you think? Let's be honest about what I just offered. At mall prices, 5,000 iron ore is worth 500 crystals. There are 5 days left. If she agrees, I get 17,500 units, worth 1,750. I do nothing else and net 1,250 crystals. It looks like I fleeced her, but without my funding, she wastes the mine's capacity entirely, so she'll agree. At most, she'll haggle the quantity. Silence. I have some thoughts on the amount of iron ore transferred daily. There it is. I smiled knowingly. 3,500 is my bottom line. I'll never give it up. At most, I'll compensate her elsewhere. Help smelt, maybe. And before I could even open the bargaining, if it weren't for the equipment you provided, I couldn't have beaten the dwarves at all. Besides, I can't consume 1,500 units in a short time. And if storing it or trading it to someone else, I'll give you the extra. I will provide you 4,000 units daily until the protection period ends. What do you think? She negotiated upward. I braced for a haggle, and she opened by giving me 500 more units a day than I asked for. Be grateful and repay kindness. Do not be greedy. Such people are rare.
I transferred the 500 immediately and added no further restrictions. It's a verbal agreement. No scroll, no enforcement. I believed her anyway. Before nightfall, 4,000 iron ore will be transferred via the trading platform. Good. Iron ore, solved. My one steel furnace, hopelessly inadequate. I need better buildings. And then, mid-search, a thought stopped me. Didn't Lord Mei Jin say 26 subjects? What can 26 people do? Any accident and she loses the large iron mine. Give a peach in. Return for a plum. And I thought about the 2 Shulan barracks sitting unsold in my shop. On the boundless grassland, Mei Jin stood on top of the large iron mine with her longbow, wearing red crocodile armor, which added majesty to an already icy figure. She'd kept her people on that mine all night in case the dwarves counterattacked. She only exhaled at dawn when nothing came. Then she messaged me. She looked at the 500 new crystals, and despite her exhaustion, couldn't hide a flicker of excitement. She is not a greedy person. She was already satisfied. The threat was gone, the resources were hers. And then she looked down at the excellent grade armor she was standing in. On closer examination, Liang Wei's contributions far outweigh mine, which made her feel like she owed him. Which is why she gave away her own profit and handed over 4/5 of a rare high-grade resource. We'll be even in 5 days. And she felt relaxed all over. She hated owing favors more than she hated fighting. In some ways, she's a bit like Liang Wei. Ding! Your friend Lord Huan Yu has gifted you a set of architectural blueprints. She was stunned. Shulan Barracks. A large iron ore mine cannot be lost, and you have too few people. I'm worried you can't hold it. Since I own half the iron ore, I'll do my part. Use these blueprints. She bit her lip lightly and said nothing at all. She spent a fortune trying to stop owing him, and he answered by giving her a factory. It's also, and I want to be honest, a capital investment in my own supply chain. I own half that mine. Protecting her defends my iron. Both things are true. They're always both true with me. And I notice that I never seem to have to choose. I searched them all forever and finally spent 2,000 soul crystals. Steel mill, Tier 1 common building. Requires 20 citizens. Smelts 2,000 units of iron ore into 1,000 refined iron per day. 1,000 a day. My old furnace does 150. I paid full price, no discount, no coupon, no decimal point miracle. Because for the first time since I got here, I need something the universe didn't happen to put on sale. Ask me again when 4,000 units of ore hit that mill. The blueprint cost far more than a furnace. It's also far more cost-effective. 2,000 crystals buys 13 steel furnaces. 13 Tier 1 furnaces make 650 refined iron a day. One Tier 1 steel mill makes 1,000. This money was well spent. Certainly, it would be even better if there were a discount. Then I fed it and got it to Tier 2 immediately. Steel mill, Tier 2, requires 40 citizens, smelts 4,000 iron ore into 2,000 refined iron per day. 2,000 a day. Which, and this is not a coincidence, is exactly what Mei Jin's 4,000 ore turns into. And with that, I was back to square one. My crystals are almost gone. Temporary. Blue Mountain has nearly chewed through last night's materials, and a mountain of equipment is about to come out the other side. Plus, Leonidas and 44 Spartans are in the woods. The Lord has gained 56 experience points and 7 soul crystals. The Lord has gained 42 experience points and 5 soul crystals. The Lord has gained 86 experience points and 11 soul crystals. Faint hissing from the forest. They found the lizards. They didn't fight the herd head-on. They broke into small teams, and under Leonidas's command, intercepted, drove, and disintegrated the migration. Terrain knowledge and superb skill. And it didn't take long before a dozen lizard corpses were down, and the survivors were running around the forest like headless flies, being steered by men. Because these things aren't adapted to forest. On the grassland, a 20-meter ancient giant lizard is an apex predator. In dense trees, its size blinds it and traps it, and it can only rage impotently at things it can't catch.
My guys aren't fighting them. They're herding them into their own panic and letting the trees do half the work. Whoosh! Leonidas threw a short spear.
Not with a spear thrower's precision, just with enormous strength, and put it through the neck of a lizard nearly 20 meters long. Oh! It charged, destroying bushes the whole way. Bang! He dodged. It didn't stop. It went headfirst into a tree 2 people couldn't hug, and the tree snapped in half. Leonidas closed in through the cover. Snap! Its tail came around like an iron whip and casually shattered every tree nearby. Even Leonidas wasn't confident he could survive that tail. But the difference between prey and hunter is evident. Sometimes it's not just strength, it's skill. He slipped every wild swing, moved around it with the longsword, and in a few breaths had opened dozens of wounds and severed its limbs. It went down wailing and looked up in despair at the man pointing a sword at it. Then, a chilling sense of crisis. Leonidas pulled back instantly, and a deep red soccer ball-sized sphere landed exactly where he'd been standing. Bang! It exploded, blew the dying lizard apart, and threw out a wave of heat that scattered blood, tree trunks, and soil in every direction. When it cleared, there was a crater, and the dirt inside it was scorched black. Leonidas threw down his fine round shield, now hot to the touch and covered in cracks, essentially destroyed. That shield is the only reason he's alive. 1.5 soul crystals, day 1, from the discount aisle. He looked toward the source, a lizard over 10 meters tall, smaller than the ones he'd been killing, and the danger it gave off was higher than anything he had ever felt. Its neck scales are dark red. It exhales wisps of gray smoke with sparks in them. Demonic monster! Because he knew, this thing is at least level 20. And because of the demonization, it has powerful magical attacks. If he falls into a trap, even a hero unit gets blown into charred pieces. Roar! It opened its mouth, the red scales shimmered, energy gathered, and it spat. Leonidas dodged backward and cleared the blast radius. Boom! Several large trees erased, another crater, 2 or 3 meters deep. It blasted through the leaves and mud, looked around, and the enemy was gone. Hiss! Its dark, forked tongue flicked out, over and over, tasting the air for him, and then it shuddered and looked up. Why are there so many similar scents around us? Leonidas roared like thunder, and the sound went out in every direction. Because the thing had walked into a pre-prepared ambush, 10 Spartans appeared out of the brush and surrounded it. It lowered its head, watching them warily, mouth already brimming with energy, and then opened wide and spat more than 10 energy spheres at once. Boom, boom, boom. A section of forest shredded, boulders to dust, trees to black charcoal, the ground riddled with craters. 0 casualties. Because the 10 men surrounding it were the originals, LV-5, all wearing red crocodile armor. They dodged most of it on agility alone, and the 1 or 2 who got clipped by the aftershocks were knocked away with minor burns and got back up. It fired its ultimate attack, and the enemy came out of the smoke, lively and energetic, and it felt death approaching. It ran instinctively, backward, trying to get back to its herd. Whoosh, whoosh. A dense barrage of short spears came in from behind. Its retreat was already blocked. It dodged frantically and took several hits. Its scales stopped most of them, but there are blind spots, and the spears found them. Feeling the pain and its draining energy, it began to panic. Roar! It crouched and tapped its long tail frantically, calling for its people. But it had strayed too far, and the herd was already in chaos. Nobody was coming. The herding wasn't just tactics. It was so that when this happened, it would be alone. Hoo-ha! 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 Killian started a fast-paced war song, and Leonidas and 10 high-level Spartans closed in. Boom! A pale red aura came off Leonidas and spread instantly to the other 10. A fanatical, ruthless energy rolled across the battlefield. Sparta's wrath is reignited. Roar! Knowing it was life or death, the thing squeezed out every scrap of energy it had left. Leonidas strode forward and jumped, and threw his spear from over 30 meters. It went into its mouth, interrupting the magic that was forming, and interrupting the magic about to take shape, which caused a backlash. Bang! Having intense heat explode inside your own mouth is not a pleasant experience. It has considerable magic resistance. Its mouth does not. Roar! It raised its head in agony. Its forked tongue was minced meat. A section of its lower jaw had been blown off and was hanging down against its neck, connected by a flap of skin. Sparta! Leonidas appeared beneath it, raised Wei Feng's fine longsword, turned over, and passed by.
One flash of cold light across the throat, and blood came out of its neck like a waterfall. It rolled on the ground, wailing loud enough to startle every bird and beast out of the surrounding forest, and got weaker, and stopped. Leonidas, LV7. Back home, the golden light took me again. Energy poured in, and with a crackling and popping, my height went to 185 centimeters, and every muscle in my body reshaped itself. Clean lines, distinct, packed with explosive power. LV9, the limit of ordinary living organisms. The Lord has gained 1027 experience points and 133 soul crystals. I was standing in a courtyard doing paperwork. Congratulations, Lord! You have obtained a skill book. A skill book dropped? Skill books in the Chaos Mall are ridiculously expensive. Common and excellent ones run hundreds to thousands of crystals. Anything involving extraordinary abilities, like Leonidas's Sparta's Wrath, is rare grade minimum and brutally priced. I never browse them. I'm not good at fighting, and I'm not interested in low-level skills. Even if nobody here needs it, I can sell it. That's a lot of crystals. Blazing Magic Bullet. Grade Rare. Description: by concentrating energy, a high-temperature explosive magic bullet is formed. The power and size depend on the energy injected. After charging for a period, multiple bullets can be produced simultaneously. Note: those who are not in the legal profession cannot learn this skill book. Lords are exempt. That's the lizard's own attack. The thing that cracked Leonidas's shield and nearly killed a hero unit. Blazing Magic Bullet! Only casters and lords can learn it. Charge attacks have AoE! That's really great! However, it seems I'm the only one who can learn it right now. I'm not good at fighting, but I won't fear or avoid battle, and as a lord, one must certainly possess considerable martial prowess. Otherwise, how can we win people's hearts? If I lack close combat experience, then staying in the back and using skills reduces the difficulty and the danger enormously. And based on Blue Star Gaming experience, mages are always the bosses. Compared to the muscle route, I prefer the mage route. The Lord has used a skill book! Congratulations, Lord, on mastering the rare skill, Blazing Magic Bullet. The book dissolved into white light, and a memory appeared in my head, how to cast it, settling in like something ingrained. I honestly wondered if I'd been practicing it for years. Let's see how powerful it is. I walked out to an open space and did it. Energy surged. My clothes billowed with no wind. And a light red, basketball-sized, blazing magic bullet formed in my hand. Launch. It screamed across the yard into a distant rock. Boom! The stone shattered into fragments that flew everywhere, and the shockwave made the surrounding trees rustle. Player has obtained 3 units of stone. Well, I hadn't even had a chance to marvel at it yet. You know what? The rare grade blazing magic bullet seems well suited for mining stone. I looked at the enormous crater I'd made inside. The path of spellcasting is still more promising. Back in the forest, Leonidas and the 40 kept working. They'd already used the terrain to scatter the herd, which cut the danger enormously. Now the 40 split into 2 groups of 20 and became 2 greedy snakes, eating their way through lizards that were sitting in little clumps of 3 and 5 all over the forest. With the demonized one dead, the rest are no threat at all. Level 10 plus monsters dropping one after another. The golden light of advancement coming off my men was almost constant. 44 Spartans, 10 at level 5, 8 at level 4, 20 at level 3. 6 at LV2, strength dramatically up. 3 trips to haul it all home. 123 corpses, the largest batch in 3 days, and especially the demonized one. Where Chen Bao was currently stroking the dark red neck scales like he was caressing a lover. They're smaller and much harder than a normal lizard's. Rhomboid, arranged closely and regularly. Very beautiful. I stepped up and touched them. The thing has been dead for a long time. The scales are still warm, and I could feel the energy inside them, very active. Ask me again when Chen Bao figures out what those scales are for. The gatherers went for the LV-23 demonized ancient giant lizard first. Obtained 50 units of ancient giant lizard meat, rare food. Obtained 6 ancient giant lizard demonic tissue, rare material. Obtained 20 ancient giant lizard claws, fine material. Rare grade, a tier above excellent. Everything this thing carries is at least excellent. The neck skin is called demonic tissue, and it's packed with fire elemental energy. I knew it was good material purely from how eager Chen Bao looked. Obtained 1 ancient giant lizard enchanted crystal, rare material. A gatherer handed me a red, ping-pong ball-sized bead, and the second it touched my palm, it felt like being stuck with hot needles. Ancient giant lizard enchanted crystal. Grade, rare. Contains a large amount of fire elemental energy. Can be inlaid into equipment for special effects. Can serve as the core of certain magic arrays, a wide range of uses. And Chen Bao and Wei Feng were staring at my hand with their eyes practically popping out. Lord, could you please give me this crystal? Chen Bao, hopefully. With this, plus 5 units of demonic tissue and other materials, I can make a set of flame armor. I looked it up. Rare quality, and the top tier of rare quality. Then Wei Feng physically crossed in front of him. My lord, this crystal's fire element is very active and sharp. It is not suitable as an armor core.
It's best for swords. Hand it to me, and Lord Leonidas will have a rare or even excellent weapon by this afternoon.
Chen Bao saw me look
Interested and got anxious. My lord, it can absolutely be an armor core, and a set of that armor is worth far more than a sword of the same grade.
Then he turned on Wei Feng. I can neutralize its properties with flexible materials. Then it works as a flame armor core. Flexible materials? Wei Feng frowned. Chen Bao, how can you guarantee the crystal isn't damaged? And forcibly softening the material's properties means it can't fully utilize its function. Isn't that a waste? Chen Bao was momentarily speechless. Then, forcefully, compared to the performance of the flame armor, that little waste is worthwhile. Rare quality is just rare quality, Wei Feng said, shaking his head. I admit armor of the same grade is usually worth more than swords, but with that crystal, I'm quite confident I can forge excellent quality. You haven't even reached master level. The odds of surpassing the material's limits are too low. I have experience. And he glanced meaningfully at Cold Wave on my hip. Even at 1 in 10, it's absolutely worth trying. I stood there at a loss. 100% chance of a top-tier, rare flame armor. Gus 10% chance of an excellent grade sword. Which do I pick? And it's not even about which equipment I need anymore, because both of their faces are flushed red. If I hand the crystal over without a just cause, the other one will inevitably be dissatisfied. And if loyalty drops, it backfires. That's the real problem. It stopped being a procurement decision 2 sentences ago and became a personnel one. 2 artists who love their work are standing in front of me, and whatever I say, one of them walks away knowing his life's craft came second. Is there a way to have the best of both worlds? They're both experts. Chen Bao for armor, Wei Feng for swords. Their instincts are completely opposed. Arguing won't resolve it. It comes down to what I want. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Even a single crystal cannot be split in 2. Top-tier rare flame armor? Gus a longsword with a chance at excellent? I want them all. I have an idea about this crystal, and I tossed it to Chen Bao. Wei Feng's expression went dejected. Thank you, Lord. Chen Bao was as happy as a 70-kilogram child. He cupped it in both hands, and even though it was stabbing him with needles, in his heart that crystal was as vital as his lifeblood. Don't thank me yet. Wei Feng, don't be disappointed, because this crystal is a gift from me to both of you. Both? What does the Lord mean? And the dejection vanished instantly. You can both have it, but I have one condition. I need the 2 of you to work together and create a set. At rare grade. A set. Not a suit of armor. A set. Armor, sword, shield, all sharing a characteristic, a function, a style. Individually, each piece might be worse than a dedicated masterpiece, like the flame armor or Cold Wave. But combined, the effects are far more complex than 1 + 1. The total boost far exceeds what the individual pieces give. I believe Blue Mountain's blacksmiths won't let me down, right? Chen Bao frowned, thinking. Wei Feng, like a man injected with adrenaline, declared, Lord, rest assured, we will definitely make a suit that satisfies you. Chen Bao is steady and reserved. Wei Feng is outgoing and positive, which is, I suspect, exactly why one of them makes shields and the other makes swords. Keep going. Don't feel pressured. It's okay if you fail. Treat it as an attempt. I didn't split the crystal. I made the argument itself into the product, and the only way either of them gets what he wants now is by needing the other guy. Overnight, Blue Mountain burned the last of yesterday's materials into 70 excellent quality and 314 common quality pieces. All 44 Spartans now wear red crocodile armor. Every man has at least one excellent grade weapon, menacing red armor on tall, imposing bodies. Awe-inspiring.
Lord, if there are no further instructions, I'll lead the warriors in the battle. Yes, with the new equipment, you can go deeper into the forest. But be careful, the primary goal is keeping the unit intact. 123 monsters, over 600 units of premium meat, over 1,000 of ordinary, plus mountains of materials. Chen Bao mentioned that 2 more waves like this, and Blue Mountain couldn't consume it even working all night. It seems I need more blacksmiths. I kept the rare lizard meat for myself. Appetites scale with level, by the way. 1 unit of fine meat used to cover a Spartan's daily needs. Now it's 2. Fortunately, an ordinary citizen still runs on 1 unit of ordinary food a day. Everything else, a day's reserve held back, went on the shelves. Plus 9 excellent pieces and 200 plus common. Crystals started climbing immediately. Food isn't unique anymore, by the way. Mei Jin, Zhan Long, and Lord Garrett have all started listing high-quality meat, which means they can now kill level 10-plus monsters. The second tier of this world is learning to hunt. They're just doing it at a fraction of my volume. Lord Huan Yu's strength is increasing at an alarming rate every day. It's terrifying. To have that much high-quality food, how many level 10 monsters is that? And the equipment. Blue Mountain Workshop truly lives up to being a perfect grade special building. Why can't I get a special building like that? I just calculated. Excluding the Flame Sparrow Egg and the Shulan Barracks, the rest still nets Lord Huan Yu at least 20,000 Soul Crystals. Holy crap, my total is barely over 100. This is outrageous. 20,000. Envious. I wasn't interested. I didn't have time to care. 10,623 Soul Crystals. Past 10,000 for the first time in history. Plus 6,000 plus timber, 3,000 plus stone, 300 plus refined iron. With what we've stockpiled, we just wait for Mei Jin's iron ore tonight, refine it, and the spark upgrades. Tomorrow at the latest. Bigger territory. More people daily. On the grassland, 10 humans riding feather deer were chasing a monster, 7 meters long, over 2 meters at the shoulder. 2 50-centimeter fangs, something like a saber-toothed tiger. Yellow-brown fur with messy brown spots, perfect for hiding in tall grass and creeping up on prey. Prey like feather deer, its favorite food. And now the roles are reversed. Feather deer sit at the bottom of that food chain, 4 or 5 meters, feather-like fur, low aggression, gentle. Everything eats them. So under survival pressure, they evolved absurd jumping and endurance. They can travel the grassland forever and leap out of the grass to look around. Mei Jin was on one of them, and the riders scattered around her were elite troops she just summoned from the Shulan barracks. Shulan Light Knight No. 1. Potential, Bronze, level 19. Class, Light Knight. Skills, Guerrilla Shooting, Mounted Combat. Note: there is a certain probability it will break through its limits and become a warrior-level unit. Barracks and training camps are different. A barracks produces units daily, free. A training camp consumes your citizens, and each barracks tier unlocks a new basic class. And she got lucky. The first class her barracks unlocked was Ranger. On flat, endless grassland, Ranger is unquestionably the best possible role. Then 10 Rangers walked out of the barracks, and she realized, with embarrassment, the barracks makes Rangers. It does not provide mounts. So she went out and personally captured over a dozen feather deer, tamed them roughly, and made them work. The building I gave her handed her a cavalry unit with no horses, and she solved it by hunting her own cavalry. Today's target? A level 15 brown-striped saber-toothed tiger. Whoosh! Her feather deer launched out of the grass like a fish leaving water, and the whole blue sky and endless plain opened up in front of her. She locked onto the fleeing tiger, pulled 3 ordinary arrows, held the string in her fingers, turned sideways, and drew. Thump. As the deer fell back down, 3 arrows left together, howling. The tiger had wild instincts.
It heard the whistle and tried to turn and dodge, but her 3 arrows were arranged in a triangle. Its body was already covered. No matter how it dodges, it eats at least one. Puff. An arrow drove deep into its forelimb. At full sprint, caught off guard, it lost balance, hit the ground, and rolled over 20 meters, flattening a huge patch of grass. Roar! It staggered up, furious, glaring at the rustling grass, planning to fight to the death the second the enemy closed. Then a feather deer flashed past. It spun, and before it could even see the rider, another arrow hit it. "Don't get close! Stay at least 20 meters and shoot it!" a cold voice from behind. It didn't understand the words. It instinctively understood that voice was the root cause of its problems, and braced itself and charged that way. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 rangers flashed past its flanks. 2 more arrows hit. Roar! It turned to chase. Rustle. Noise behind it. It spun around and saw something that filled it with despair. They had it surrounded, and they were leaping out of the grass like fish out of water, firing and vanishing back down. Focused on its head, forgetting its tail, it was completely outmaneuvered. Shortly, it was stuck full of arrows like a hedgehog. Whoosh! It let out a mournful howl and collapsed. Worn down slowly, never once getting a glimpse of the enemy. That's what broke it, not the wounds.
It never saw them.
Rustle. One more feather deer leapt out, directly in front, carrying Mei Jin, bow already fully drawn. The tiger struggled to lift its head, and its eyes met hers. Wah! Puff! The roar died in its throat, with an arrow in its forehead. Minute V15. The predator of the grasslands. Dead. The Lord has gained 627 experience points and 28 soul crystals. Lord's level has been increased to minute V7. Then she rode over to the corpse, and her feather deer approached nervously. Because that is the terrifying thing that used to hunt it at will. And it just watched that thing get chased down and executed by the creature on its back, which has instilled in it a great fear of these slow-running bipeds. Lord! All 10 rangers, level 3. One morning.
And their coordination keeps improving. If she'd had the rangers earlier, perhaps without Liang Wei's help, she could have kited the dwarves to death herself. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs, only results. The equipment that took the dwarf territory, the light cavalry beside her right now, all of it came from Liang Wei. He said it was to protect his share of the mine. Mei Jin doesn't think so. She felt she owed him so much. This rock is too ugly. Smash it. I raised a hand and casually released the magic. Boom. A boulder over 4 meters tall got blasted into fragments. The Lord has gained 20 units of stone. Lord, you are mighty. Is this the Lord's power? It's like that of a god. The Lord is so powerful. I'm so lucky to live in his territory. I had the people move the stone to the warehouse and kept wandering around. Because I've come to genuinely enjoy casting. When the energy moves inside you, it's a brief, almost otherworldly spiritual experience. Feeling the properties change according to your will and then explode on release, it's much more enjoyable than shooting guns in my previous life. Military training, let's be clear about that. So, every large stone in my territory has been destroyed. Anything I touch gets reduced to fragments. This is, objectively, creating trouble for no reason. It also earned me a lot of praise. Although, no matter what I do, they only praise me. That last part isn't a joke. Nobody has told me no since I got here. Not once. My blacksmiths argue about crystals, and even that ended with both of them thanking me. I'm blowing up my own rocks for fun, and 140 people are applauding, and there is nobody in this world positioned to mention that it's stupid. Lord, Lord! An apprentice blacksmith, running at me from a distance. Ask me again when I find out what makes an apprentice run. Lord, Chen Bao and Wei Feng have created the suit you described. I got back fast. Outside the workshop, the blacksmiths were huddled together, around Leonidas, who had come home at some unknown point. He was wearing dark red scale armor, carrying a long-handled greatsword, and looking extremely imposing. He also looked profoundly uncomfortable. Because the blacksmiths kept reaching out and touching him, with a strange tenderness in their expressions, he knew they were looking at the equipment. He was still terrified. I don't know why. If the equipment on my body hadn't been forged by these people, I'd have shaken them off by now. one in each hand. He spotted me from across the yard and perked up instantly, broke out of the crowd and hurried over. "Lord, you have come!" He said it with the relief of a rescued man, a sanctuary potential hero unit who kills demigods for recreation, saved from 18 admirers. Then I actually looked at him. Dark red scale armor, demonized lizard scales layered in overlapping rows and zoned by muscle group and joint, so the scales in one region are all the same size and different regions use different sizes. Barbs sharpened from lizard claws on the shoulders and elbows. And with every breath he took, the scales opened and closed slightly, and a dark red glow ran through the barbs, as if it were alive. And the sword, 2 meters long, dark red, a hand's width at the widest. The handle alone is 60 or 70 centimeters. The hilt is made of lizard teeth, chaotic and possessing a ferocious, rugged beauty. And from hilt to blade, 3 rows of fine red scales subtly embedded down the entire length. "Chen Bao, Wei Feng, is this the suit you made?" Scale-tooth set. Quality. Rare. The fire scale armor. Cast by expert blacksmith Chen Bao, then modified and optimized. Excellent defense even among rare-grade armors, and immune to low-level fire attacks and high temperatures. The Fang Sword. Crafted by an expert blacksmith, modified and optimized. Possesses tearing hardness and sharpness, with its core attribute being lifesteal. The modified armor and sword share the enchanted crystal of the demonized ancient giant lizard as the core of the set. Passive 1, Fire Element Breathing, automatically restores fire energy and can absorb fire attacks to replenish the core. Passive 2, Scale Fang Absorption, attacks dealing substantial damage absorb health and energy proportional to damage dealt. Active 1, Raging Flames, consumes core energy, releasing a wide flame centered on the user. Active 2, Flame Slash, consumes core or user energy to create a slash. Active 3, Flame Roar, set skill, unleashes core energy at maximum threshold, engulfing the body in flames. Base strength multiplied several times. All attacks gain fire effects. Note: a collaboration between Chen Bao and Wei Feng, an unprecedented set combination on Chaos Continent. I was stunned. Is this really just rare grade? Why do I feel like Cold Wave is utter garbage next to this? That's not entirely fair. At least Cold Wave is unique. I glanced guiltily at Wei Feng, because that sword was his breakthrough moment, his enlightenment. And if he knew what I'd just thought, would that be a direct betrayal? But the set's advantages are terrifying. Individually, the fire scale armor and the Fang Sword aren't even top tier for rare grade. Combined, the performance surpasses many excellent grade pieces. They lost the argument on both counts. His armor isn't the best armor, his sword isn't the best sword, and together they've built something that beats the tier above. And the crystal I refuse to split is now the shared heart of both halves. It breathes fire in through the armor and spends it through the sword. Lord, this is the Scale-tooth set we developed together. Both of them beaming. And then Chen Bao, while Leonidas' expression went awkward again, stroked the breastplate, patted him, and said, "Lord Leonidas, you should be used to it by now. Could you please demonstrate for me?" "Okay." 50 meters out, on a flat stretch of hillside, Leonidas stopped the armor's red flickering and stood still. We waited. Boom! Crimson flames burst out of the gaps between the scales, and then dark red fire surged out of him like a tidal wave. Raging flames engulfed a 10-meter radius instantly. The fire went 4 or 5 meters high, and heat rolled out in waves. Every plant where he stood was ash in the same instant. I could feel it on the hillside. Leonidas was standing inside it, his outline distorting in the heat, which worried me. If he gets hurt or killed testing equipment, I've taken an enormous loss. Unnecessary worry. He moved. He took the Fang Sword in one hand, and a red light darker than the flames coiled around the blade. Then, backhand. A crescent of fire carved out, flame slash, hit the ground, cut a deep, charred groove, flew over 10 meters, and dissipated. I nodded, satisfied. Only slightly weaker than Cold Wave. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A low-frequency ringing came off him. Core energy at maximum. Flames erupted from every joint of the scales, and he became a hellish knight wreathed in fire. He bent his knees and jumped out of his own inferno, trailing a long tail of flame down the slope. Bang! Like a meteorite hitting the ground. A deep crater where he landed, flames crackling, a wave of fire and a wall of dust rolling out. Swish, swish, swish. 3 4-meter flame slashes came out of the dust and hit a boulder in the distance. Sparks. The boulder split into 6 pieces, and every cut face showed silicification. He hit a rock so hard it partly turned to glass. "That's enough, Leonidas!" The flames went out instantly, and he was normal again. "Well done. You gave me a big surprise." To unleash rare-grade equipment to that extent, only Blue Mountain's blacksmiths can do it. Wei Feng and Chen Bao exchanged a glance and exhaled. They'd spent their entire morning's energy on this. "The scale tooth set is also thanks to Lord's support," Wei Feng said humbly. "It was thanks to Lord's ideas that we found the direction." "What ideas did I offer?" I chuckled inwardly and accepted the compliment with a composed expression. "Sir, with the experience of developing this set, Chen Bao and I have gained a lot. After a period of further development, we're confident we can advance to master." "Oh, because experts have a ceiling. No matter how good, an expert forges below perfect grade. Master is different. A master perfectly showcases the properties of the material. Every piece they craft is the best of its grade. And with high-grade materials, they can create extraordinary, even epic. How can I help you reach master as quickly as possible?" "More high-quality materials," Chen Bao hesitated. "To advance, theory isn't enough. We need to keep trying, and that process will waste a lot of materials, at great cost." "Don't worry about waste," I waved my hand, seriously. "Every master is priceless. Wasting some materials is nothing. From now on, apart from equipment I specifically request, take any materials available and use them as you see fit." They were deeply moved and bowed. "Thank you, Lord. We certainly won't let you down." I nodded, unconcerned. "Isn't it just high-grade material? I don't have much right now." "But I have soul crystals. 17,000 of them, in fact. Over half the shop sold out this morning, including 7 excellent-grade pieces. That's where my confidence comes from. If I can't get high-grade materials, I'll just buy them. There's nothing shameful about it." I opened the mall and filtered for rare quality or above. Demonized mountain viper's fangs, rare, 650 each. The venom is so potent that even a level 49 warrior, if bitten and not given an antidote immediately, will die of organ decay within a short time. Black-backed tortoiseshell, rare, 750 each. Black and far harder than refined iron. Radiant stone, excellent, 1,520. A rare mineral with an extremely unstable structure, prone to exploding with great force. Pagoda point, perfect, 25,000. Bailong is a solitary creature. Though it looks like a dragon, it is not subordinate to the intelligent dragon race. Bailong are rare and wary by nature, making them difficult to capture. The horns are both their demonic tissue and their demonic crystal, possessing abundant natural energy. Like scanned it quickly, and closed the Chaos Mall with a blank expression. Sorry to bother you. I admit I'm broke." Common materials top out at 2 or 3 crystals. Excellent materials are pricier, but never above 50. I did not expect the jump at rare to be like that. But considering what the scale tooth set does, I felt better. 1 scale tooth set is worth more than 10 sets of red crocodile armor. No wonder the ceiling chain runs. Apprentice to fine, expert to perfect. Master to epic. Starting at rare and extraordinary, equipment effects undergo a qualitative change, and I just agreed so readily in front of everyone, so I could only suffer for the sake of saving face. With a heavy heart, I bought 2 viper fangs and 2 tortoise shells, 2,800 soul crystals. I don't expect 4 materials to make anyone a master. I just want my 2 subordinates to know I'm capable and willing to back them. As a lord, you must instill confidence in your subordinates. Chen Bao and Wei Feng stared wide-eyed as 4 rare-grade materials appeared out of nothing. "Take these. Try them out first." "Thank you, Lord." "Lord, rest assured, we will study diligently and become masters as soon as possible, so your efforts are rewarded."
And Chenbao, stroking a tortoiseshell, smiling, and forging rare equipment is still within our means. We'll use these for research, but we will never let them go to waste. He heard, "Don't worry about waste," and immediately promised not to waste any. It's always best to avoid waste. However, it seems even rare-grade materials will soon be insufficient for those two. "I can lend a hand with the materials?" Leonidas, back from his escape. "My lord, our strength has increased a lot. I think we should go fight further away." Not only do we level faster, there's a greater chance of meeting high-level monsters. He brandished the fang sword proudly. "Next time I meet something like the demonized ancient giant lizard, I can take it down, by myself. Leonidas, I grant your request, but I have one condition." He was overjoyed before I finished, because they've killed almost everything near home, and the leftovers are utterly unpleasant to him. "Please give your orders, lord." "You take only 20 Spartans each time, and you cannot lose a single one." "Can you do that?" "Able," firmly. I let him pick his men, and I put Killian in charge of the other 20 near the territory, which is going well for him, by the way. Killian is about to break LV5, climbing suspiciously fast. I have reason to suspect that Sparta Warsong gains experience on its own. The hype man is out-leveling the men doing the killing. Both groups left. Wei Feng and Chen Bao couldn't wait to get the materials back inside, and I looked at the scorched hillside, where the fire was out, but ash was still billowing into the sky, drifting off on the breeze. A fire on the mountain, and you and me in the station. Why didn't you know to put out the fire? Bored, I pulled out Cold Wave and swung it hard. Cold Wave slash! A light blue arc landed on the hillside, and the scorched earth froze solid under frost. I own a unique, excellent-grade ice sword, forged in a moment of a master's enlightenment. I use it for groundskeeping. At the edge of the northeastern forest, a bloody battle was happening. Dozens of burly, gray-blue orcs were making mocking, unpleasant noises and slaughtering a herd of bison-like monsters with homemade weapons. The monsters are huge, with tough hide. Under the orcs, they only knew how to flee. They didn't dare resist. A young one got its joints broken by 2 orcs and thrown down. Before it could lift its head, a thick pillar came down on its skull. Bang! Its head visibly dented, dead instantly. Wah! An adult stopped running, let out a mournful roar, and charged the orc that killed the calf. Whether from grief or some other mental stress, its eyes had gone bloodshot, and blood was pouring from its mouth and nose as it ran. "How dare you defy our will as prey of the great orcs?" The killer stood up. Over 3 meters, muscles so full they looked deformed. Bang! He planted a 4-meter metal pillar, 20 centimeters thick, into the ground. Strange runes carved down it, the top still wet with the calf's blood. "Feel the fear of Grom, you weak creature." Grom, Orc Lord, and Shaman. That totem pole is his territorial authority and his spellcasting tool. Bang! A rune lit up with gray-purple ripples that spread out and touched the charging monster, and intense fear swallowed it. Its charge collapsed. Its limbs shook outside its control. It nearly knelt. "Offer your flesh and blood for the destined greatness of Grom." Bang! A different rune. The monster was still fighting the fear in its heart and never noticed the ground trembling under its feet. Puff! A rock spike punched up through its jaw. Blood ran down the stone and stained it crimson. And Grom walked over, caught a handful of blood in a palm the size of a fan, and drank it, which made his already ugly face more grotesque. Then his expression went grim, watching most of the herd escape into the forest. If I had enough people, every wild monster becomes my resource. He looked up, above the tree canopy, and spotted a plume of smoke rising into the air, and a sinister smile spread slowly across his face. Would he be an interesting prey? My steel mill has been running since morning. I bought it to solve a bottleneck. It's also a column of smoke over a forest, visible from kilometers away, in a world where the only thing that makes smoke is somebody worth robbing. Ask me again when the smoke finishes introducing me. Blue Mountain Workshop. You've acquired an expert-level blacksmith. I was lying on a recliner, pretending to doze.
I opened my eyes, waved off the maid who was massaging my legs, put my clothes on, and went to the workshop. Day 3. I have a leg massage scheduled around my arms manufacturing. Blue Mountain's first floor is raw material processing, currently completely filled, 10 apprentices working through it. I need to consider adding more blacksmiths. Second floor, and Wei Feng spotted me instantly. "Congratulations, Lord, on another expert." A blacksmith with a simple, honest face, clearly meeting me for the first time and a bit reserved, still introduced himself earnestly. "Lord, my name is Zhao Li. I am skilled in forging bows and crossbows." Blacksmith, Zhao Li, expert. Specialty, bows and crossbows. Potential, 2.5% chance of Saint Blacksmith. Between Chen Bao and Wei Feng, also a possible saint. "Lord, yesterday, when Chen Bao and I were making the iron-framed bow, Zhao Li was assisting. He solved some of the technical problems." "Oh. Zhao Li, that bow played a very important role. What reward do you want?" No, that's my duty." He waved his hands hurriedly, nervous, introverted, the quiet guy in the back who fixed the thing that let a woman on a grassland kill dwarves, and he says it's his duty and doesn't want anything. As a lord, how can I not reward those with meritorious service? You're an expert now, so your treatment matches Wei Feng and Chen Bao's. Take any materials in the warehouse. Come to me directly with needs. Also, to congratulate you, I've prepared a gift. This is 1,000 silk wood, rare grade, a superior bow material with excellent toughness, 700 soul crystals. He's an expert who specializes in crossbows. He absolutely knows what it is. He just didn't expect to be handed one immediately. "Thank you, Lord." He was so excited he tried to bow again. For a blacksmith, the best material is the motivation. Praise is nice. Wood is real. I stopped him from overdoing the respect. A lord must maintain a certain authority in front of subordinates, but there should be limits. One long, one short. "Lord, it is the warning horn." That horn is Blue Mountain work. Excellent grade, 0 offensive capability. Its only function is carrying sound a long way. I built it to talk to the Spartans in the forest. Then we developed signals. 1 long, 1 short, 1 long, 2 short. The most basic tool for remote information exchange. Yesterday I said I couldn't send my army far because I had no way to pass information. Today, I have a horn. 1 long, 1 short. Enemies near the territory. The monsters nearby are cleared out. Where did enemies come from? First time Huan Yu territory has ever been actively attacked. The village chief came running with a robust farmer holding the horn. "Lord, something terrible has happened." "Enemies. Enemy forces near our territory." Deathly pale. Speaking. Incoherently. Visibly terrified. "What's the panic?" Sternly. "Because the 7-day protection hasn't expired. During this period, no enemy can enter. No Spartans at home? Doesn't matter. There is absolutely no need to panic. The village chief is simply disturbing public morale. At a time like this, if some unexpected event damages the people's confidence and loyalty, it could be disastrous. I will absolutely not let this idiot get away with it." His heart skipped when he saw my face. He immediately realized his lapse and felt extremely remorseful. "My lord, those monsters are just too terrifying to look at." He mumbled it with his head down. Then, when nobody responded, he looked up and found I had already left with everyone else. His face went deathly pale. "Your village chief's loyalty has decreased by 10 points due to fear." A cold glint flashed in my eyes. It seems the position of village chief needs to be changed. Yesterday I gave that old man a kind smile and a job, and he promised to build me a paradise. Today he was scared, and he's already halfway fired. Northeast side. I saw them and frowned. Blue-gray humanoids, over 2 meters tall and extremely ugly. Blue faces, fangs, eyes like copper bells. A pack of evil spirits. Orcs. Race rank, high. Note, there are 5 racial levels: low, common, medium, high, and super. The human race is at the common level. Dominion/sovereignty. Totem pole. Introduction. Orcs, regardless of age or gender, are destined to become powerful warriors from birth. As adults, they often possess strength comparable to wild monsters, with exceptional stamina, magic resistance, and regeneration.
Orcs who inherit the totem pole are not only formidable warriors, but formidable spellcasters. High, 2 full tiers above us. Every single one of them is born a warrior, regardless of age, regardless of gender. As expected, the force on the grassland is these orcs. 18 of them outside my line. Crude weapons, enormous frames, violent and rugged. Especially the leader, noticeably taller, muscles twisted together, veins bulging like little purple snakes. Orc Lord. Grade? Totem pole. Skill? Question marks. Everything I've looked at on this planet has told me its stats. Not him. He saw me surrounded by admirers and worked out I was the Lord. He pointed at me and said something in a language I couldn't understand. And all 18 orcs burst out laughing. Then one with a stone axe swaggered up to my border, 10 meters from me. Bang! He threw the axe down, twisted his neck. His grin went ferocious. Roar! A beast's roar rolled through my whole territory. My citizens went pale and took a step or two back, then saw that I hadn't moved an inch and came back to stand behind me, ashamed. The ones further away did worse. Some collapsed from a single shout. Some couldn't stand, hands and feet shaking. Some screamed and ran. I was completely calm, with a mocking expression. Surprise flickered in the orc's eyes. Then it opened its mouth, showed its fangs, and spat at me. The spit made it halfway and then dropped straight down. It beckoned. Come out if you dare. I sneered and walked right up to it, through my people's gasps and through the cunning look in its eyes. And then, patoo, a spit, directly onto the orc's face. Time stopped. The orc slowly raised a palm in disbelief and wiped its face. Then its chest started heaving. Veins came up on its forehead. Its eyes went wide with rage, and it lunged. I didn't dodge. I didn't move. I just stared at it indifferently. Bang! Its hand stopped half a meter from my face. An invisible shield refused to let any part of it, or any attack it owned, inside my territory. I grinned at it, then stepped aside and made the exact same beckoning gesture at Grom in the distance. Come here! The playful look on Grom's face was gone. He stood up, eyes full of murderous intent. Roar! The ignored orc watched its lord get taunted with its own gesture, grabbed its axe, and swung at me wildly. Every strike landed half a meter short. I didn't blink once. Idiot. It didn't understand the word. It understood the expression. It got angrier. Watch out! Come back quickly! Grom's warning, too late, because its entire field of vision had just filled with blazing red light. Blazing magic bullet. Point blank. To the face. It hit the orc's chest, and the impact launched it backward into its own friends. Get out of the way! Snap. I snapped my fingers. Boom. The orc that provoked me was blown to pieces. 2 more caught the blast. 1 lost an arm, 1 lost a leg, and both went down wailing. Grom roared and got a slash of solidified frost for it. He whirled the totem pole and stepped in front of his wounded man to block Coldwave's slash for him. Clang. Deflected. But a thin trail of ice ran up the pole and swallowed his hands. The ice broke easily. The cold poison underneath did not. His hands went nearly numb. Bang! He planted the totem pole and struck it despite the pain. A rune lit, and a warm wave of water energy wrapped his hands. Seconds later, the cold was gone. Healing wave. An essential orc shaman skill. Then he turned to heal the 2 wounded, and his shaman's energy perception felt something terrifying ahead. He looked up and found the human lord's outstretched hand gathering 5 of the same fire attribute spheres. I should have thought of that. The skill of the demonized ancient giant lizard. These guys actually killed that thing. He'd seen my magic and read it instantly, and understood in that half second that the people in front of him had killed a LV-23 demonized monster and taken its power. Get out of the way! As for the 2 wounded, Grom had no intention of saving them. Those 2 were destined to be finished off. Boom, boom, boom. The rest scattered fast enough that 5 charged bullets got nothing new. The 2 wounded orcs became my main focus. 2 blazing magic bullets reduced them to fragments. Grom came back to find 3 of his men dead, so thoroughly that you couldn't reassemble a single hand. Roar! Furious like never before. He planted the totem pole, then made a cutting gesture across his own throat, aimed at me.
He intends to fight me to the death, because he can already tell his opponent doesn't dare come out. So he'll wait for the shield to drop and then come in and tear me apart. However, I turned to the farmer with the horn, who was now looking at me with admiration, and said, "Sound the horn. Now we can call Leonidas and Killian back." Grom watched with surprise and uncertainty. One long note, and barely any time passed before Grom's totem pole told him that many enemies had invaded his territory. "Withdraw!" No hesitation, not a word. He grabbed the totem pole and ran, and in the rush, the bushes tore away the few remaining coverings from his lower body. They arrived with great style. They left in a sorry state. Bang! Out of the forest, Grom planted the pole, bent over, and gasped, because he'd sensed that energy fluctuation. It's still within his ability to face, but between my endless tricks and a Tier 2 totem pole reporting a large number of enemies within 500 meters, he chose to run instantly. But, thinking about his men dying and my provocations, an overwhelming humiliation and rage built up in him, along with remorse for being reckless today. When it entered the forest, it brought only 1/3 of its men. If all of them had come, maybe they could have taken down the force coming from behind. He shouldered the pole and glared resentfully back at my territory, then turned to the orc beside him, whose face had gone ashen, and said, "One day, I will lead you to raze that place to the ground and smash the humans inside into mincemeat to appease our fallen comrades." Roar! Their spirits lifted instantly. Grom nodded, satisfied, and walked ahead. "Now, return to base." 15 orcs walked into the depths of the grassland with the setting sun on their backs. And as he crested a high slope, Grom glanced back at Huan Yu territory. This is its first loss in 3 days. Sorry state. Not seriously injured. Next time, we flatten that place. Orcs never surrender. "Lord, we are too late." Leonidas, in the scaled tooth set, on one knee, removing his faceplate, face full of self-reproach. If he hadn't been so deep in the forest, he could have held that group off. "Get up, Leonidas. The fault isn't yours. The enemy is too cunning." Because my first impression of orcs was rude, barbaric, stupid, brainless. Clearly, I underestimated the advanced races. That orc lord has a sharp eye and acts decisively. The instant he saw he couldn't win, he simply left. And he swings that thick totem pole with ease. Combined with its runic magic, he looks like he'll be very difficult to deal with. And then something itched at me. The Orc Lord's authority, the totem pole, can be moved at will? I tried to move my fire seed. It cannot be moved, ever. It is fixed. And besides the mall and the trading platform, the fire seed gives me no combat power at all. In comparison, the totem pole is his authority and his weapon. Its role seems greater. It seems the advantages of the fire seed weren't fully utilized. But there are balancing mechanisms. The 7-day shield is one. Inside my line, for 7 days, nobody can touch me. And humans have other advantages. For example, my main source of soul crystals right now is forging equipment. Almost every one of those orcs was wearing nothing but a pair of leather pants. Their weapons were very rudimentary. An orc of Grom's strength must possess a large amount of resources and soul crystals. They simply have no decent equipment. There it is. High race. Born warriors. Magic resistance. Regeneration. A shaman king with a rune weapon. And they're fighting with rocks on sticks because nobody among them knows how to make anything. I have 21 blacksmiths in a factory that rebrands itself. That's the whole war, right there. I sent Leonidas to fetch the afternoon's kills. They'd come home so fast they left the spoils outside, and wandering monsters might get lucky. Leonidas, level 8. His squad, LV 6. And the higher the level, the slower the climb. The monster density deep in the forest is indeed higher. I walked back to the castle through non-stop compliments. Because they all watch their lords spit in an orc's face and then vaporize it, they only feel safe following a lord like that. Lord Mei-Jin has entrusted you with 4,000 units of iron ore. Please receive it. This is today's iron ore. Please receive it. Good. Straight to the steel plant, without stopping. Because after meeting the orcs, I feel the urgency. I need to upgrade my territory as soon as possible. She promised 4,000 a day on a handshake with a man she's never met, and it arrived on the evening a high race came to look at my walls.
Ask me again when Grom comes back with all of his men. Night 3. And a crimson moon hung over the forest, as large as a millstone, throwing down scarlet light.
Under it, the purple moon and the white moon were barely outlines, a hazy red veil over everything, and the wind moving the layered trees until the whole forest looked like a sea of blood. My hill is the only high ground for kilometers. Surrounded by dense forest, it's an isolated island, and that moon filled me with intense unease, an ominous feeling I could not shake. So I asked around. Leonidas, Weifeng, Chenbao, everyone feels it. Leonidas feels it clearest of all. His heart is full of rage, and if a battle started right now, he could go berserk without igniting Sparta's wrath at all. Looks like tonight won't be peaceful. Nobody leaves the territory, and sound the horn, bring back the 4 watching the knolls. They're level 6 now, the highest in my army. 2 days of standing outside a fence, and the jailers outleveled everybody. I was right. This is terrifying. Every monster outside my territory has gone on a rampage. Could this really be the blood moon? Don't go out. A lord friend just messaged me. A group of half-orcs blocking his door went crazy, fought a rampaging beast tide, and got torn to pieces. The 7-day protection was absolutely crucial. Those things were fighting each other 50 meters from me. Terrifying. I'm worried. If the beast tide is caused by the blood moon, it's periodic. How do we resist it after the protection ends? If it's periodic, that's terrifying. My territory is a small village. My expression went serious. I've cleared everything near me, so I haven't seen a riot yet. But if this is periodic, it's a devastating disaster. Without a protection period, when a beast tide passes, at the current rate of human lord development, less than 1 in 100 survives. And it threatens me too. The forests and grasslands hold many kinds of monsters in great numbers. Once a large-scale riot happens, Huanyu territory is a lone boat in a turbulent ocean. After the protection ends, we can only leave it to fate. My lord! Kalen and the others are back! 4 Spartans, supporting each other, covered in blood, thoroughly disheveled. The monsters outside have gone mad. Their eyes are all bloodshot, and they're biting any living creature they see. And the gnolls were provoked too. They rushed out to fight us. We drove them back, but I could sense they had become stronger and fearless. On the way home, we already saw a horde surging toward us. My heart sank, because it isn't just wild monsters. It's berserkers like Leonidas. It's gnolls, and the gnolls get stronger. My whole gnoll strategy was wait out their shield and starve them. Turns out the blood moon feeds them. You've worked hard. Go rest. The camp will have them at peak condition by morning. Friends list. Your friend, Lord Meijin, has sent you a message. I apologize, Lord Liangwei, but I must return to my territory tonight. However, please believe me, once the beast tide recedes, I will surely reclaim the large iron mine. She's abandoning a mine she bled 6 people for, and she's apologizing to me about it. I could understand her predicament, and I already got today's ore. With the beast tide, there's no worry about the mine being seized by another force. There's no need to leave her there and risk her life. I understand. The iron ore can be taken back if it's lost. Take care of yourself. If you need help, contact me. And I casually handed over 50 excellent-grade lizard-tooth arrows. The large iron mine is my primary source of refined iron. There absolutely cannot be any problems. Both reasons. Always both reasons. Riding hard across the grassland, low over her feather deer, Meijin saw the arrows and the message, and was slightly taken aback, and a touch of emotion welled up in her eyes. I went back to the channel to learn about the blood moon. Among billions of human lords, most may not be strong in combat, but there are always some exceptional individuals. I didn't wait long. As an astronomer, I have news I don't know is good or bad. Based on my observations over the past 3 days, I speculate the blood moon dominant phase will last until early morning at most. However, if the beast tide is indeed related to the blood moon, then in our survival journey, we will face a beast tide every 7 days. Xinghen territory lord? Could this big shot be academician Zhao Tianming? If it's him, the reliability is very high. Lord Jinghao rewarded Lord Xinghen 5 soul crystals. Note, a small token. Thank you for helping me out. The Lord of Qilin Dragons rewarded Lord Xinghen 3 soul crystals.
Six Paths Lord rewards Star Lord 3 soul crystals. Somewhere out there, a national treasure astronomer got kidnapped into a fantasy war with everybody else and spent his first 3 nights taking notes on the sky, and then gave the answer away for free. The World Channel has a tipping function? First I'd heard of it. But knowing he's academician Zhao Tianming, a pillar of the nation, and knowing what he just handed us, Lord Huan Yu has rewarded Lord Xinghen territory with 100 soul crystals. I respect people like this, both in the past and now. The channel went wild. What a generous guy! As expected of Lord Huan Yu, he just threw out 100 crystals. Poverty is what makes me weep. Lord Huan Yu, I'll dance for you. Meh, meh, meh. Please, generous donor, give me a reward. With President upstairs is truly talented. The 8 immortals crossed the sea, each displaying their unique abilities. Lords everywhere started performing, and some of them actually got paid. I have crystals. I won't waste time on that. Then, once I stopped tipping, the channel returned to normal. If beast tides are weekly, that's too frequent. If we can't get stronger in 4 days, we just get swallowed. The pressure is immense. I miss the peaceful life on Earth so much, sob sob. I don't want to die. Haha, guys, I've discovered a way to farm experience and soul crystals. If monsters are fighting near your territory, stand inside your territory and attack them alongside your citizens. When one you damage dies, you get experience and crystals. Your attack must actually damage the target. Wow, really? You can do that? They exploited a bug in the protection period. Amazing. I just tried Lord Yanli's method. Got 1 soul crystal and 24 experience. Lord Yanli is awesome. This is a true master. I'm going to try it. Lord Garrett rewarded Lord Yanli 10 soul crystals. Note, brother, you're awesome. It really works. Friendly reminder, it works provided your attack actually damages the target. If you're thinking of throwing stones for experience, you're dreaming. Oh no, I only have homemade weapons. Hurry and buy. Huan Yu's shop just added 300 plus pieces with more bows and crossbows than previous batches. Damn it, I completely forgot to check Huan Yu's shop. It's over. When I saw your message, I knew it was too late. Somebody found a way to safely farm monsters from behind an invincible wall, gave it away free, and in doing so instantly converted every lord alive into a customer for ranged weapons, which I happen to sell. Everything's gone. All standard equipment, nearly all excellent. 1 set of red crocodile armor left. 36,000 plus soul crystals. It seems Lord Yanli's words spurred many people to go all out and prepare for a gamble. Normally, nobody buys excellent grade gear. Tonight, it's almost sold out. Which makes sense. If they miss the protection period, ordinary lords will never get such a good chance at experience and crystals again. So they have no choice but to spend all their savings gambling on the assessment, the beast tide, and the racial war itself. Lord Yanli paid 750 soul crystals for a set of red crocodile armor. Ha! The last excellent grade piece in my shop, bought by the man who created the demand for it. Looks like this guy just made a lot of crystals. If it weren't for Lord Yanli, my fine equipment could never sell that fast. He indirectly promoted me. Lord Huan Yu has gifted Lord Yanli 100 soul crystals. My goodness, another 100? Are Lord Huan Yu's crystals all measured in hundreds? Lord Huan Yu, give me a little something too. I've already gone broke buying your equipment. Hey bro, do you have more gear? I haven't gotten a single thing from your shop. Please forge more. Yeah boss, hurry up and list something. My shop is empty. The Chaos Mall has plenty. If there's a bargain to be had, some people would rather waste time than spend more crystals. I have no say in that. All I know is that my business has returned. Blue Mountain's first floor was buried. The blacksmiths were completely overwhelmed by material volume. My lord, you've arrived! Wei Feng looked up, haggard. In front of him, 2 viper fangs, one already polished into a dagger shape, giving off a faint purple light. He's been in there a long time. I sent the butler for 20 citizens and called Chen Bao and Zhao Li down. Lord, is there something urgent? Chen Bao, holding a small hammer covered in black bone powder. You'll work overtime tonight forging crossbows and crossbow-type weapons, as many as you can. I need them. Yes! Immediately, all three, with no idea why. But, sir, we don't have many people.
If we only make crossbows, we might not make many. Don't worry about that. 20 apprentices will be here shortly. Remember, I only need the quantity. Consume 300 soul crystals to transform 20 LV1 ordinary citizens into apprentice blacksmiths. Yes! Congratulations, Lord, on acquiring 20 apprentice blacksmiths. 37 apprentices, 3 experts. My blacksmith corps doubled in one evening. The whole planet just learned they can farm safely if they have a ranged weapon. And I ran the numbers before the news finished spreading and doubled my factory for 300 crystals. Apprentices cap at fine quality, take a long time, and have a failure rate. For ordinary gear, their efficiency is perfectly good. And Wei Feng and Chen Bao aren't crossbowmen, but they can knock out sets on the fly. And Zhao Li's crossbows are at least as good as the materials allow. Like this. 1,000-thread bow. Quality. Rare. The bowstring snaps silently and is highly elastic. Requires less strength than the iron body bow, but its arrows are just as powerful. The string is made from demonized ancient giant lizard sinew. Passive, Archer's Focus, significantly reduces the difficulty of using skills like Rapid Fire and Shock Arrow. Active, Charged Shot, defense from equipment below rare grade is practically useless against it. Rare grade, mall price, 2,300 crystals. The quiet guy who didn't want a reward got handed one piece of wood this afternoon and turned it into the best weapon in my kingdom by dinner. I walked out carrying the 1,000-thread bow. Leonidas stood on the hillside in the scaled tooth set with 44 Spartans, silent. And with every breath he took, the armor glowed dark red. The forest was roaring, shapes darting between the trees. The beast tide is coming. Leonidas, in the coming battle, without my order, no one steps outside the territory. Understand? Because I intend to use the protection period to farm too. And this time, I'm taking the lead myself. I'm LV9, one step from LV10. The difference in strength between a level 9 and a level 10 monster is astounding. Clear! One more thing first. The steel plant has smelted 400 plus refined iron. Total, 1,200. Upgrade the flame to tier 3? Yes! Minus 1,000 crystals, minus 10,000 wood, minus 5,000 stone, minus 1,000 refined iron. Golden light spread out of the castle, and a hemispherical shield closed over my whole territory. I left the fire to upgrade on its own and walked down to the border. Under red moonlight, the jagged branches looked like a pack of vengeful ghosts grinning and waiting for prey. The roaring got closer. They'd noticed us. Bang, bang, bang! Heavy footsteps, fast. Leonidas moved to meet it, then saw me and stopped. Leonidas, be patient. Because I'd already seen it. 6 meters tall, humanoid, 2 horns, yellow stripes across a gray body. Mountain troll. Attribute, Earth. Level 32. Introduction. Mountain trolls are solitary animals of the forest, the darlings of the forest. From birth, they possess extraordinary strength in one of the 4 elemental powers, earth, wind, water, or fire. In the dense forests, they are apex predators. Level 32. The highest level thing I have ever seen. My hero unit is level 8. Bang, bang, bang. It came at my territory like a human tank, smashing through every tree in its way on pure strength. Roar! Red-eyed, it leapt and pounced at us. Bang! And bounced off the air before it got close. Let's do it. Leonidas moved first. The fanged sword erupted into a 3-meter flame, and he threw a flame slash at a troll still in midair. It couldn't dodge. It didn't need to. Bang! 2 thick arms came together in front of its chest. The yellow stripes lit up. Stone armor flowed over its whole body, and the crossed arms extended into a thick stone shield. Boom! The flame slash hit the shield and detonated, shattered the stone, and revealed a blood-soaked arm underneath. Bang! It landed, and large cracks ran through its armor, gravel falling off and vanishing when it hit the ground. Aww! Holding its ruined arm, it roared at Leonidas.
and the yellow stripes kept flashing, and earth energy flowed up out of the ground into its body. The damage is healing rapidly, and its armor is coming back even more refined. A troublesome fellow, I frowned. If it's standing on the ground, this guy is practically invincible. Ask me again when I find out what beats a thing that heals from the floor. However, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. They treat us like food. But other monsters are watching you too. Pairs of scarlet eyes lit up behind the troll. It sensed something, turned, saw the shapes in the trees, and let out a string of roars, a threat. Gus, a provocation. Gray wolves, each 3 meters at the shoulder, came out of the forest. Tongues out, drool running, and the mist from their nostrils an eerie red under that moon. 7 of them, circling the troll. And they ignored us completely from beginning to end. And the troll didn't glance at them. It stayed bent forward, arms out, roaring at the forest. Because the wolves aren't its enemy. Something behind them is. And then a huge white wolf strode out of the trees. White wolf, level 35. Description: a mutated giant wolf, one of the most outstanding hunters in the forest. Level 35, higher than the troll, which is higher than anything I own by 27 levels. The white wolf showed its head, and the troll charged instantly. The gray wolves opened their jaws and formed wind blades. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 7 blades hit the stone armor and stopped the charge, and did almost nothing. A few cracks. The yellow patterns flashed a couple of times, and every crack was gone. Aww. The white wolf howled, and all 7 abandoned the magic and went in with claws and teeth. Bang! The troll punched the ground. Earth energy rolled out, and the hard ground turned into swamp. 2 wolves went straight in. The others were ready and leapt over it. And a hint of human-like cunning appeared in the troll's eyes. It stomped again, and the shaking ground burst open like a flower into a field of rock spikes. The wolves were in the air, nowhere to go. 3 got their abdomens run through and hung there struggling. The last 2 survived by luck, wounded. More than half the pack gone in one move. Ow! The white wolf's howl went chilling, and a vast expanse of crescent wind blades formed in front of it and screamed at the troll. Its blades are nothing like its subordinates. They shattered the stone armor and scraped the troll bloody, and earth energy surged up out of the ground and started healing it again. It can fight, defend, and control. These monsters are so hard to deal with. Clang! A soft murmur. A light blue slash landed at the troll's feet. I'd been waiting. Ice spread across the ground and cut the troll off from the earth. Ah! The white wolf seized it instantly and threw a massive wind blade. It howled through the bushes and hit before the stone armor could regrow. Purple blood sprayed, and the troll collapsed onto the ice. The white wolf turned and looked at me, and watched me pull out the 1,000-thread bow. What are you looking at? Do you think I'm helping you? I drew and shot, not at the wolf, not at the troll. At the 3 gray wolves impaled on the spikes, dying. Whoosh! The arrow grazed a wolf's head and flew off into the forest. I was slightly taken aback, then awkwardly handed the bow to Leonidas. Isn't this a beginner-friendly bow? Why don't I feel Archer's focus at all? I own a rare-grade masterpiece built by a specialist, and I missed a stationary target that was nailed to a rock. Blushing, I pulled out Cold Wave, poured energy in, and swung. Frost scales, countless ice crystals. 3 impaled wolves, riddled. The Lord has gained 378 experience points and 37 soul crystals. 425 experience and 40 soul crystals. 289 experience and 30 soul crystals. Communication Lord, you have obtained a skill book. Windblade, excellent. Energy converges to form a wind blade with powerful cutting capabilities. There's no limit to how many skills a Lord can have. Learn as much as you can. Learned it. Aww. The white wolf watched me execute its own men and howled in fury, and threw a volley of wind blades at me, all blocked by the shield. Hey, watch out for the enemy in front of you. It was so difficult to get it under control for you. And while complaining at it, I casually used its own species magic, learned 90 seconds ago, off its dead subordinate, to kill the 2 wolves stuck in the swamp. 734 experience and 72 soul crystals. 667 experience and 65 soul crystals. It seems experience and crystals scale with contribution to the kill. Meanwhile, the troll's limbs had stiffened. From Cold Wave's poison, it stomped, cracked the ice, and the cold went into its foot, and it howled and staggered toward bare ground. Cold Wave's most disgusting, scratch that, powerful ability is that poison. Once it's in you, your flesh gradually dies, and the whole process hurts enormously. Ow! The white wolf called its last 2 wolves back, glanced at me with those scarlet eyes, and turned, apparently ready to let the troll go and leave. Rustle, and a wild boar the size of a small mountain came out of the forest, body smooth as rock, a ring of red mane around its neck, genuinely majestic. It roared and charged the white wolf. The wolf dodged, and before it could even roar, the earth shook. It turned around and saw the shapes moving in the forest. The real beast tide had arrived. Spartan warriors, don't hesitate with your spears and arrows. Kill the incapacitated and dying ones first. See that mountain troll? Leonidas, it's yours now. It's dying. That white wolf is amazing. It's still alive. Damn, that steel-bristled boar is a complete troublemaker. What a waste of all those wild monster materials. The jungle outside my line became a chaotic battlefield. Because my hill is the only high ground, and my firelight pulled every monster in the region toward it. And when they found they couldn't get in, they turned their fighting spirit on each other. And I stood inside my invincible line, wantonly reaping their lives. 245 experience, 27 soul crystals. 432 experience, 42 soul crystals. Congratulations, Lord, you have obtained a skill book. Golden light flashing continuously. Spears and arrows rained down like they were free, which only made the chaos worse. Anything below LV-20 is cannon fodder in that mess. Only LV-20 plus lasts. And I don't mind low-level monsters at all. They're the most numerous, and they die fastest, and all I need is for my arrow to graze one before something else finishes it. I threw 5 blazing magic bullets into the densest cluster and killed 6 at once. It's just a pity about so many corpses. We can't collect them before the beasts tear them apart. I am safely inside a god's force field, farming a war I caused by owning a chimney, and my only complaint is inventory loss. Roar! The troll grabbed a one-horned monster that had punched a hole in its belly, held it so it couldn't escape, lit up its patterns, and rock spikes grew out of the monster's body from the inside. It let the corpse drop and staggered back, roaring at everything watching it, and they were suddenly too afraid to approach. A great opportunity! Leonidas, go and return immediately. Clear? He'd been eager for ages. Finishing enemies inside the territory is certainly safe, but for a hero like him, not being allowed on the front line is just too painful. Flames cracked, and Leonidas lit the scale tooth set at maximum power, became a fire dragon, burst out of my territory, and landed in front of the troll. Monsters rushed him the second they saw him. Boom! Raging flames. Everything within 10 meters became scorched wasteland, and while the monsters were driven back, he turned and lunged. Ah! The troll started to retaliate, and piercing pain went through it, because I was flinging poison ice crystals into it from behind the line, most of its body for a solid. Sparta! Both hands on the sword, in flame roar, the flame burst turned into thrust, and he went in like a rocket, straight into the troll's chest. The broken stone armor did nothing. He ran it clean through, and a fire erupted inside the troll and turned its organs to char. And his speed didn't drop at all. He kept going, and shoved the corpse of a 6-meter apex predator back into my territory. Pfft. He pulled the sword out. It collapsed backward, with 2 enormous holes in its chest. The Lord has gained 1920 experience points and 180 soul crystals. Congratulations, Lord! You have obtained his skill book. It won't be long until level 10. Level 10 truly is the first watershed for a Lord. The experience required is more than level 1 through level 9 combined. Leonidas, level 9. Lord, please allow us to go out and fight. He couldn't control his fighting spirit after leveling, and the Spartans behind him got eager too. The last hitting had already pushed them all to level 7. I looked out. The highest thing alive is the white wolf, then a steel-bristled boar and a manticore, both level 30+. Everything else is under 30. Take this. You are only allowed to fight within 50 meters of the territory. 50 meters is exactly the range I can support from. Anything goes wrong, they have time to retreat inside. And I handed him the Mystic Tortoise Shield, rare grade, Chen Bao's newest, comparable in value to the 1,000-thread bow. Thank you, Lord. I'm not going out there. I'm a mage. Of course I need to stand somewhere safe and cast. 45 Spartans marched into the battlefield in a grand procession, which got attention immediately, including from the White Wolf, whose pack I had personally executed. Aww. It bit through its current opponent's neck in one motion. White fur now dyed bright red, and saw Spartans coming out of that wretched protected area, and howled, and threw a wall of wind blades. Leonidas charged at the front behind the tortoise shield, and the Spartans behind him charged fearlessly into the tide. Stone armor technique! A hazy yellow light, and every Spartan got a suit of stone armor made of earth energy. Stone armor technique, rare. Condenses earth element into stone armor on yourself or another target. The condensed armor has no weight and does not impede movement. That's the troll's skill. It dropped it 20 seconds after dying. The thing that made it nearly invincible is now standard issue for 45 men, granted by the guy who watched it work. Bang, bang, bang. The wind blade shattered the stone armor. The Spartans didn't move an inch. And with that, my energy ran out. Losador! Losador! Wall. Killian's battle song. And the Spartans, with Leonidas as the spearhead, plunged into the horde. Swords flashed, blood and flesh everywhere. The entire Sparta battle formation was like a sophisticated killing machine. 72 experience, 7 soul crystals, 85 experience. The Lord has obtained, notification after notification. And then I felt a saturation in my own energy. Historically, that means level up. This time there was no golden light. Hint. Your Lord is about to break through to Tier 2. Please provide the Awakening Medium to meet the advancement requirements. Awakening Medium? What's this? Completely confused. The Lord may use any material as a medium for awakening. However, the Lord should know that the higher the grade and the more suitable the material, the stronger the talent awakened when the Lord advances to Tier 2. Furthermore, the awakened ability is closely related to the nature of the medium. Read that again. Any material, and whatever I feed it decides what I permanently become. Every lord on this planet is going to hit this wall and feed it whatever they happen to have, a rock, a stick, a sweet potato. And I am the man who has spent 3 days building the single largest catalog of materials in the human faction, with 36,000 soul crystals, a middleman's account at a god's warehouse, 3 expert blacksmiths who know exactly what every material on the market is, and a discount artifact that has, at various points today, offered me a legendary artifact, a city-erasing scroll, and a mythical magic furnace at prices I could almost reach. The universe just asked me the one question I've been accidentally preparing for since minute 1. What do you want to be? And it's shopping. The answer is shopping. There are 4 days until the assessment. Grom is out there promising to raise me flat. There's a knoll den 3 kilometers out getting stronger under a red moon. And in 7 days, that moon comes back and does all of this again, forever, to a species the system rated common. But right now, tonight, standing behind an invincible wall in a forest full of things eating each other, a man who owns a coupon has been handed a blank check on his own soul. Ask me again when I decide what to buy. Will a human lord awaken a talent at level 10? I have materials that could serve as a medium. None of them are good enough, not one above extraordinary. I have no plans to be promoted until I find a suitable high-level medium. My awakening medium must be at least epic. So I'm going to sit at max level and not advance, while a beast tide chews the forest apart, because the thing on offer isn't good enough for me. I've been on this planet 4 days, and I'm holding out for epic. Then I looked back at the battlefield. LV7 Spartans displaying terrifying strength, monsters falling to blades and spears without pause, especially Leonidas. The scale-tooth flames had gone out, but Sparta's wrath had reignited inside him, and it was reflected across all 44 men. Under him they marched triumphantly, sweeping all before them. It seems his leadership was enhanced again at LV9. Meanwhile, the steel-bristled boar, doing what it does, had somehow ended up fighting the White Wolf. And the wolf was losing. Its energy was long gone, no more wind blades. All it had left was claws and footwork, and against the boar's energy-reinforced hide, its claws and teeth were barely enough to break through.
After a short struggle, the white wolf, resentfully, glanced once at the Spartans, turned, and ran into the forest. The boar chased it deep into the trees. Ding! The fire seat has been upgraded to Tier 3. And the golden light around my territory suddenly intensified and spread out to more than double the distance. And then something strange happened. The shield acted like an invisible filter and shoved every wild monster inside the new territory outward by 500 meters. Monsters mid-brawl suddenly found themselves pinned by opponents who had been teleported with them. And my Spartans were fighting and abruptly found themselves in complete isolation, looking up to see their opponent sprawled 500 meters away and standing frozen in place, stunned. During the protection period, no living organism is permitted to enter my territory. That's why we're in this situation. I didn't win that fight. I grew, and the universe deleted the battlefield out of my property like a man dragging a map boundary. Territory: Huanyu City, 1,000 by 1,000 meters. Soul Crystal, 43,273. 2020 Thalant, to be awakened. Feasibility: Huanyu City. We can summon 100 citizens every day. I have reason to believe I'm the first human lord to reach Tier 3. Next, we upgrade the other buildings to Tier 3. Everything's been capped at Tier 2 by the Fire Seed, especially the Spartan camp, where Tier 1 to Tier 2 was barely anything. But I believe once it hits level 3, it will definitely bring me a pleasant surprise. Lord, Leonidas, covered in blood like a man who crawled out of hell, extremely ferocious under that moon. My lord, the beast tide hasn't receded. Shall we be allowed to continue fighting? I looked up. Dawn coming. The crimson light still intense, but considerably smaller than at the start. It's nearly over. Go forth, my heroes and warriors. Tonight you can fight to your heart's content. A chance like this won't come again for a while, and their strength is incomparable to what it was.
As long as they're careful, no losses.
My own experience is at maximum. Without a medium, I can't break LV10, and without LV10, no amount of experience means anything. So I walked back to the castle with my pale-faced butler and took stock. 3,000 plus soul crystals and 5 skill books from one night. Rare. Sounds that confuse and disrupt the enemy's mind, and can be infused with your own emotions to provoke the target's feelings. Collision. Excellent. Charge in a direction for greater speed and destructive power. If blocked by an indestructible object, it damages the user. Vortex. Excellent. Summons a water elemental to form a vortex near yourself or an enemy, to defend or to trap. I'm definitely learning myself. Collision I intended to hand to Leonidas. He said he didn't need it. Once he reaches LV10, he automatically learns something stronger. My hero declined a free excellent grade skill because he's got better coming. Blue Mountain was still working overtime on crossbows. Everything I'd casually listed had sold out. 100 plus common sets and 3 excellent. 4,000 plus crystals, plus 3,600 timber, 1,900 stone, 120 refined iron. Then I went and bought 4,000 units of stone from the infrastructure shops. Zhuangji's among them. She's asleep right now. Her people spent the day chopping, and the man who ate her whole inventory has just used it to upgrade a war machine while the sky is red. Combined with the mill's 500 refined iron and the warehouse, upgrade the Spartan training camp to level 3? Yes, a beam of light from the castle swallowed the camp. Before the new day begins, I'll have a Tier 3 extraordinary grade building. Now, I need a good night's sleep. I woke up with the sun halfway across the sky, around 8 or 9, as best I can estimate since nobody here has a clock. Spartan training camp upgraded to level 3. Hero unit Leonidas' level has increased to level 10. Your friend Lord Mei Jin has sent you a message. Breakfast, attended by the butler and the maids, and then I walked outside into a place I did not recognize. The castle is 3 levels now. 4 connected pointed forts as the main body, a secondary fort on each side, roughly 10,000 square meters, standing majestically on the hilltop. And below it, the territory has transformed. 4 wide dirt roads running to the 4 directions, houses arranged neat and orderly down both sides.
I counted 200 civilian buildings, and in the space I deliberately reserved for special buildings, the Tier 3 Spartan training camp, a 1-to-2 rectangle across 5,000 square meters, with white stone pillars 2 meters thick and 10 meters tall, holding up a double-sloped roof, carved boldly but artistically. Halls, main halls, armories, lounges, hidden behind 3 layers of stone columns, and at the very center of all of it, the training sandpit, where it all started. 10 citizens, one of whom I had to kick through the door, ask me again when I find out what a Tier 3 camp makes. Liang. Level 9, max value. Spark level, Tier 3, adds 100 new citizens daily. Territory, Huanyu City, 1,000 by 1,000 meters. 4 days ago, I was a college kid in a shed on a hill, holding 10 soul crystals and a coupon, listening to a forest roar at me in the dark, with 10 citizens, 5 farmers, 3 gatherers, a cook, and a professionally unemployed man I had to kick through a doorway. Tonight, I own a city, 100 people a day, a factory whose brand the God Store carries, a steel mill, a mine, 40 blacksmiths, 3 of them experts, 2 of them arguing about crystals, 45 Spartans in dark red scale, a hero in a legendary set that breathes fire and drinks blood, a butler, a cartographer of my own supply chain somewhere on a grassland, riding a deer she caught herself, wearing armor I sent her, carrying arrows I gave her, feeling like she owes me. And I have never once left my own fence. That's the trick nobody in the World Channel has worked out yet. They're all out there dying for experience.
I'm standing still, selling meat, and the entire human species is paying me in timber to do it. That lazybones, by the way, is an LV-7 Spartan warrior now. He never wanted any of this. Neither did I. Ask me again when the shield comes down.